Alright, welcome to stream. Sorry about that. I'm here. I'm always definitely here when I start my own stream. Welcome back to Knicks My League. It's been like 2 weeks, I think. My bad. My bad about that. Let's see, we got a title. We got a thumbnail. Why does it always take me a little bit to remember where I put everything? It's right here. And that should be all I need to do, I think. Nope, the game. Always gotta remember to input the game. Not 2K23. 26. 26. There we go. Save. It should be fine now. And I need to get to my chat. That's probably the thumbnail I'll just use until those guys are retired. So. We're getting there. Sorry, long intro again. Not really an intro, just me talking. Let's drop this in potatoes as well. Alright, that's all I need to do, and we're back. Mullet, welcome. Mom's looking. This is like, I think the second or third time you said that, and he looks more like him to me when you say that. Pepsi has a beard. The rebuild is now gone from a 10 to 11. We're cranking things up. Things have slightly changed. Very, very, very slightly in some ways since I last streamed. Like my man Swigo might actually shoot some threes. That might happen. And also, the slimes are going to be a bigger problem than we thought. Justice has undergone some hair recommendations and no longer looks like a caveman with blood in his hair or something. The red hair just doesn't really look that good anymore like it used to, so gave him an update, and I gave him the more important update. He's going to shoot the ball now. Not every shot. He's not going to average 50, but it was like I had basically everything at 50, and things have developed. A lot of things haven't changed, but just by him playing games, a lot of these things have gone up or down. So he's going to be more of a factor now, and he might actually be deserving of winning an MVP if he's averaging above 20 points. So we'll see how he does with the slimes. But to actually go over our team, because it's been a while since I streamed, and the last stream was only one off season, so I want to go kind of fast, and I want to do more streams, of course, but you can do 80 years, so we've only done 8 so far, and it's been almost a month, right? So let's see how far we can get in today. It's 11 o'clock. Also at 1:30, I'm going to pause and watch my mock draft that premieres. So yeah, but that's not till 1:30, so 2.5 hours from now. So let's try to get through at least one season before then. Recap of the team. Let's do it this way. Let's look at roster. So the roster recap, or the roster review, or whatever I say in the thumbnails. Luigi Swigo, our man, the very first draft pick of this series. He's become a starter. Started all 82 games last year. Barely 10 points a game. I expect that to go up this year at least a bit. We also have Jokic in his retirement tour for his final season. Leaves the Nuggets to come be, not quite what he was, but he's still pretty good, and he's going to back up Swigo. And then Maxime Renaud is hanging around. We got him in a trade last year. I had signed Zach Edey, and I wanted to utilize Mitchell Robinson more in his final season as the backup. So we traded Edey for Renaud and a pick. So that kind of set things back into place for how I wanted the center rotation to be and let Mitch Robinson be the backup. And we still have Renaud for cheap, so that's fine. Power forward, we reacquired Pepsi after he was in the trade to acquire Peterson the previous season. We made the trade to get him back because I think he's going to be a very, very good player. The A+3 ball, he's a good inside scorer, pretty good defender, pretty good playmaker, really good athlete, AIQ, A- potential. Kind of just needed him back. So then we are looking at Godson Okoko, not to be confused with Mokoko. He's not a three-point threat, it seems. He does not shoot threes. But he reminds me of Diawara, who we also traded. I think he was in the same trade, if I remember correctly, to the Hawks. He was a former first-round pick, even though it was the 31st pick. Obviously, we have expansion teams, so I'm giving him a shot. He's 25. We also have Naz Reid. If it doesn't go well, we can use Naz Reid a little bit. And then, of course, the key of our rebuild, so to speak, Pride Miletic, Mik Hensgievich out of Cincinnati. The pride of Cincinnati. What a pull from me when I said that for the first time. Up to A on the three ball. No inside scoring. Not as good of an athlete as Pepsi. Still B perimeter defense, though. I like that. B plus playmake. And still has A- potential. And is already also an 85 at just 22. Pepsi at 23. I've got high hopes for those two guys. And that's why we gave up so many picks and Scotty Barnes and everything that we traded to move up and get these two guys. Definitely retiring on the Cincinnati Royals roster. Yeah, final season, I'll ship you off. Also, Benedict Mathurin is here. His first season with the squad. I think it's only a 1 year, 1 year deal for cheap. Pretty nice deal for us. And Bryce, he's still hanging around on a cheap deal too. A-3 ball, he's a good defender. I still don't have him in the rotation. We're trying to win championships. It's tough to have him in the rotation, man. I don't know. Could change, but we'll see. Peterson now 26. His overall went down a bit, but you still see the key ratings: A+ 3-point, A perimeter defense, A+ playmake, A- athleticism. Still a great player in a slightly reduced role. He still averaged 25, 8, and 8 for us last year with a steal and a half and a block. So I'm still confident we traded for the right piece. Now, Cooper Flag has been toying with my emotions a little bit because I tried to get him so many times. He left in free agency, signed with the Hornets. I tried to sign him, didn't work out, of course. It's just unlikely to happen unless he's like 35. Maybe at that point we can get him. But as it stands right now, he is... I'm going the wrong way. He is... Was it the Hornets? No, it was the Pelicans. Sorry, I think I said the Hornets. As it is now, he's 26. So in 10 seasons, maybe, when he's still a 90 plus, maybe then we can get Cooper Flag. Just has been impossible to trade for, which makes sense. I get it. Just wave the white flag and surrender to the Knicks proposition. I get that. I see what you did. Behind Peterson is Matthias Mayhop, who we re-signed to a 5-year contract. He didn't want as much as I thought he would. He's an 85 as well, and he's coming off the bench for us. He's a really good player. Another one of our few draft picks of the series. He's only started 18 career games, but he's worked his way up. He's kind of our third wing player, I guess you could say. And I'm still enamored by that B+ post defense. Like, he could legitimately be Josh Hart, basically. It's just his rebounding isn't as good. He kind of could just be Josh Hart. Tyrese Proctor's also here for cheap. His stats are gone, or else he just actually hasn't played at all. I'm not sure. But he's here. And then our mate Kiatijvili, one of our few draft picks as well. He's taken a huge leap from where he was fighting to be the backup. We had Tyler Kolek still at this point. That seems like forever ago, doesn't it? 36 double-doubles, not triple-doubles. He's become our full-time starting point guard. And he's really good. 15.5 points, 9 assists. Consistent 38% from 3. I have no problem with him being our starting point guard of the future. He's only 24, so he'll be here for a while. We also bring in 32-year-old Tyrese Maxey, who's down to an 82. The Philadelphia years haven't treated him super kindly, especially the last 3. The scoring continues to drop. But that's kind of why I liked him for our roster. I think he's a good scorer off the bench for us. And Mayhop hasn't been, a super high volume shooter. So Maxey, Mayhop, Mathurin, a guy that doesn't shoot threes, and Jokic, who can set up anybody. I feel like that's a really good second unit for us. And then we also have Bennett Sturts, who actually has been kind of decent. Now, this season right here is just a duplicated season of the season right here for some reason. So don't pay attention to that. But career numbers look pretty good. He's over 40% from 3 last year. I don't know. We have these decent depth options, and as it stands right now to start the season, we're not going to play any of them. These back 5 guys. And we are going to utilize our bench. 18 minutes a game for 5 guys kind of seems like a lot. Starters are only going to play 30. It's a long season. I don't think we finished below the 4 seed in 8 years that we've been doing this. So I'd have to go back and make sure I'm not making that up. But I don't think we finished lower than 4th. So if we can just get through the regular season again, crank up the minutes probably in the playoffs. And we'll check on how these guys are doing, of course. And of course, we're going to have injuries. So let's get to it, shall we? Our very first game of the season against the Orlando Magic. They still have Franz, Karthik Patel, Kingston Flemings. Also, right before, I know I just said I was going to get right into it, but we're not going to get right into it. The draft class. This is Octi's 3rd class. So in like an hour when I'm ready to get to the next season, remember it is the 4th class that we need next. So we got Zyshawn Billings, Damian Precocious, of course, Rome Sterling, Uri Seskov, Jazario Mwangi, Mason Sifa, and Cairo Bennett. Kind of the biggest highlights of this class, I guess. Slim Kasimi. This wasn't one of the more stacked classes, I feel like, but all these classes have pretty high number of, decent players. So, spoiler alert, Rome Sterling's pretty good. So, maybe we try to package Peterson for flag. I don't know. Let's get into the season. Let's go to like December if we can get through without having injuries. And there's our first injury, but he's going to play through it. And we're losing some games here early on. Although there's a game, we just held the Royals to 68. Oswego's healthy. Beat the Lakers by 36. Are the Lakers still awful? We lost to the Pacers. They might be decent. We're only 12-9 out the gate, so we're probably going to tighten up the rotation. I've yet to use an auto-generated class. How do those usually turn out? There's usually I guess long term, I don't really see guys become 90s that much. But I feel like to start off, there's always a handful of guys that are close to 80. and then just like a bulk of players that are like low 70s, and maybe some middling 70 guys that are okay. That's kind of basically every class. It kind of depends on the draft class slider. The settings I use says to set it to 46, which I don't really know why that is. Sometimes I just put it at 0 because I want it to be, low players, like not just, a stacked draft class coming in right away. But then it also depends on like progression settings, how good those guys are going to turn out anyway. So it's there's a lot of variables you can set up for that, but I would say the baseline overalls are kind of just like the created classes for real players. I would say pretty close, not exact, but pretty close. So what are we, like 20 games? Yeah, we're 21 games into the season. Let's check on the stats. Peterson's averaging 22, and he is playing less minutes, of course. That might need to change. Our mate is averaging 14 and 9. That's mate things. Now he's shooting the ball a little less, a little lower percentage. I'm okay with that. Pepsi back in the lineup's averaging 13 and 7 and 4. I'm very happy we got him back. Sweego's up to 12 and 9. Okay, it's not bad. 29% from 3, but is he actually shooting them now? He is. He's already shot 52. The most he's ever shot in a season is 53 twice. Now, he's not hitting them at a very high percentage, but at least he's shooting. And he does have an A+ 3 ball, so those should start falling, hopefully. Maxey, 12 off the bench. That's kind of what I was hoping for, at least. Miletich, up to 11. 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, steal and a half, out of block. Good shooting percentages. Got to get those free throws up. They've been going down steadily. I don't know why that is. He's actually playing a career high minutes right now. Jokic still averaging 10, 5, and 4. The 3-point percentage is going down. Mayhop, 9 points, 3 boards. It's okay. Mathurin, 8 and 2 isn't very good. From the floor, he's not very effective. From 3, he's fine. But overall, just 38%. Okoko, 6.5 points, 4.5 assists. Doesn't shoot threes. We know that. I'm just not sure he's effective enough to be out there. I like the idea of his skill set. And he actually has a 71 plus minus. I don't know. I don't know. Because I did notice also Jokic isn't shooting from 3 as well, 31%, which would be a career low, basically. So maybe we move Naz Reid up over Okoko for now. And then Reynaud. Oh, yeah, Reynaud's not even. These guys aren't in the rotation, really. I do think, yeah, we're going to throw Naz Reid into the rotation, and we're going to play the bench less minutes, I think. I see Okoko's on a hot streak, but he doesn't shoot the ball, so what difference is it going to make? We're going to reduce those guys a little bit, and Naz Reid only 10 minutes. So we've got 12 minutes to work with. Peterson's going to go back up all the way to 36. And then I think Mate needs 2 more minutes. I think Pepsi needs 2 more minutes. And between Miletich and Sweego, we have Jokic coming off the bench already for him. We'll give Miletich the final 2 minutes. I think that's fair. All right, let's keep it going. Let's go through New Year's. What I don't want to see is any long-term injuries, in particular to Darren Peterson. That would be catastrophic. He is our offense. So yeah, CPU can trade now. I did turn that back on a while back, but I do have the ability to decline CPU trades. So Podziemski for Kolamak seems like a whatever trade, but at this point Podziemski's older. I don't think I would do that without knowing all the details about Kolamak. I don't know. And we do lose to the Slimes by 2. Let's check on Justice, because we held him to 15 in this game. He's averaging 24 and 18 and 10 though. Oh boy. I'd say the tendency change worked in his favor. He might win MVP for like legitimate reason now. Miletich only 3 in this game that we only lost by 2, man. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, Peterson only 14. Now I've been talking Mate up a little bit, and he had 20 and 8, which I like, but 9 of 22, 1 of 7 from 3. Mayhop was 0 of 5 from 3. He's shooting the ball better than he ever had. Well, not ever. Better than last year. Maxey was 0 of 2. Miletich was 1 of 4. Better learn Chinese, buddy. Insert graphic of Pride Miletich on the Shanghai Sharks. And then insert the TikTok song that they're using. Could be the case. No, it's not going to be the case. We're going to keep trotting you out in the starting lineup until you retire. We're going to make you play. We're going to sign you for 15 years. I don't think there's any... Oh, well, let's check Now's read, actually. Now, granted, he's playing less minutes, but he's actually doing less than Mokoko. I'm just going to start calling him Mokoko now. Boy. Well, Naz, we're going to give the 10 minutes back to Mokoko for now. And then what about Matherin? Because he's only averaging 8. The 3 percentage has gone way down. And the shooting from the field has gone way down. We're going to take 6 of his minutes. And because Mayhop isn't shooting great, he's not scoring a ton, we're going to take 2 minutes from him. We're actually going to give them to Bryce James. He's going to get a run in the rotation. We'll go to an 11-man rotation for January. And we'll see how he does. Oh, we just won by a billion. Mate can play through that. I say a billion. What is that? 57? It was a Sadiq Bey for a 71 point guard and a second-round pick. Okay, I guess. Ooh, now this would be a big one. Garland to the Sonics for Thomas and a second-round pick. If I remember right, the Sonics still have Jared McCain. Is that Malik Thomas? I'm going to go ahead and decline that one, I think. Mate's healthy. Mayhop, torn left calf muscle, 4 to 6 weeks. Unfortunate for Mayhop. I was even playing him 2 fewer minutes a game. Now, Bryce is on a hot streak. He's only averaging 4, but that's pretty good. Now, was this 1 or 2 games, right? 7 games. Okay, I forgot how many games I actually simmed there. Extremely good percentages. Now, granted, it's extremely low volume. So, now all that being said, we have an injury with Mayhop, so Bryce James is actually going to take Mayhop's spot for now. Which means... what exactly? What does it mean? We're just going to give these minutes back into these guys. This could be Bryce James' biggest opportunity of his career. I don't remember ever really giving him this many minutes. All right, Bryce. Let's see what you got, dude. Second unit, Bryce. A center for a shooting guard. Okay. If I end up just accepting every other one, it is what it is. Sure. You know what? That's fine. Lakers still trying to get a center. That's fine. Ronnie is. I believe he's still starting for the Hawks because he was in the trade as well to get Peterson. It was like Pepsi, Bronny, Diawara, and 3 firsts, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. The Sonics are really trying to trade for a point guard, and this is Malik Thomas again. I guess we'll send it through. I don't know. If they want to do it, all right, do it. Do it. Justice right now, he's up to 25.5 points, 18.5 rebounds, 10.5 assists, 2 steals, 2.5 blocks. 44% from 3. Automatic at the free throw line. The plus minus is going up. Oh, goodness. He has 30 triple doubles. Has he already moved into the top 5? I think he was already in the top 10 when I last checked before the season. Boy, let's see. Is it records and then put it on career? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He is 5th. He has passed LeBron for total triple doubles in 2 and a partial seasons. The problem I'm having with the game is contracts and cap room just above me on how to handle all of that. I can never sign a good free agent. Really? Huh. Is it because you're like at the cap limit? Need number 16 all time on touchdowns. Number 16, Fat Lever. Ooh, oh, Peterson's already 15th, by the way. That's not Peterson, by the way. That's not his picture. Fat Lever's, it sure is. It sure is. My team legend. That's just not. Is that. What is happening here? Is this Mayhop with Mate's hair? I don't know what player this is. I have no idea. It's not Peterson. Josh Giddey's ahead of us, ahead of Peterson. But yeah, Justice in basically no time is going to pass Jokic and then just break this record by a billion. Speaking of the record, total points, KD got the 4th, Giannis got the 5th. Jokic is at 7th. I don't think he's going to pass Kobe if you need 1,100 points. But he passed Jordan. James Harden got the 9th. Devin Booker got the 12th. He's still playing. Luka's is 13th. DeMar got the 14th. Is he still in the league? He might have retired. He probably retired. Jason Tatum got the 15th. Now with the Clippers, that's right. Interesting. I think we're ready to sim again, right? I adjusted the lineup. We gave a role to Bryce. And let's check out extensions. Can anyone re-sign right now? No. So, looking at our salary, Peterson's making a lot of money. We gave Jokic $24 million. He did regress. So he was probably like an 87 or something when I gave him that offer. I don't mind. I mean, we had the cap space. Yeah, I mean, I think we've done a pretty good job of managing the roster into the future after trading Brunson and Cat. And of course, Bridges and OG along the way. Peterson's 27 now. The clock's ticking. We still gotta compete for championships, or else changes are gonna happen. Daphne's gonna be upset if we don't win another championship soon. Where do you look at GM profile? No, it's governor. GM. That would do it. There she is. We're trying to win, Daphne. Don't worry. Let's sim through. I haven't really shown the all-star teams since I've been doing this, but let's sim through February. Can we beat the Slimes? I think is a good measure of how good we could be. I'm not going to do any manual trades, I don't think, right now. Maybe in the offseason. Maybe. We lose by, again, a super close game with the Slimes. And they beat us again. I'll check on the box score on that one. Mayhop is healthy. Let's bring him back, actually. Bryce, you know, that's not bad. That really isn't bad. It's not spectacular, but it's not bad. I appreciate your contribution, my guy, but we got to send you back to the bench. And then everything else here I think is fine. Could we give Jokic 29% from 3? Mathurin, Okoko. You know, I did mention Mayhop could possibly play the Josh Hart power forward role for us with his interior defense. But he's also only 6'4", 190. So, Peterson, since we cranked his minutes up, his averages have gone way up. I like that. That's only with 2 more minutes per game than he was playing, by the way. Pepsi's up to 15 a game. Miletich is up to 12. Swego's at 11.5. Mate, 14. I like that distribution. I would like a little more from Peterson, honestly, as our best player, but not mad about it. Going on a little bit of a streak here. We don't have any contracts to extend. So let's check the All-Star game. Any Knicks? Goober. Yeah, Peterson made it. That looks like that's all, but that's fine. As the East did win by 8. The West, Shea still making All-Star teams. Justice only 4 of 11, 9 points. I feel like every time I check on him, he's just not playing well. But then I look at his overall stats, and he's averaging 25 points. Shooting 42 from 3 as a 7-7 center. So I don't know. Luka only played 3 minutes, had 5 points. Is he still with Sacramento? Yeah. He probably shouldn't have left Phoenix, huh? Tyrese DeBone of the Lakers. That's right. They have DeBone and they have... Oh, dude. Don't they have... Of course, I can't think of his name right now. Oh, okay. They have Mark Singleton. That's right. The Sonics have... Oh, it's the Spurs. The Spurs got DeMarco Jefferson. That's right. The next great big man for the Spurs, of course. He's averaging 21 and 13.5 as a rookie. He is basically Shaq, like I said. He doesn't shoot threes, and he shoots 50% at the line. But he's going to average 21 and 13 as a rookie. He's pretty good. Oh, boy. I'm curious, since we looked at him, where's Player Finder? That exists still, doesn't it? I don't see it, so I don't know. Sometimes things disappear, and then they come back later in the season. I don't know why that is. I want to see Marquise Cannon, who I don't remember if he was the number 2 pick or not, but he's with Boston. He was the number 2 pick. He's averaging 19.5, 6, and 2. Those would be career numbers for Octi's series, I believe. So maybe he's going to end up a much better player in this series. We'll have to deal with him. Oh, no. I went right by it. Yeah, that makes sense, too. Yeah, it's in trades. I guess that makes sense. All right. And then I was going to check on this box score. I don't think I ever did. Yeah, where's... Okay, he had almost a 20-20-20 game. And he had 7 turnovers. He's not by any means a perfect player, despite being a 99. He's not a 100. If that gives us any solace from losing to them this year. Jokic had a big 2. Bryce was 0 of 6. I mean, Bryce is out of the lineup again now, so... Alright. Let's go sim to the end of March. And then trade the entire team on April 1st. Ha ha ha. The New York Knicks have agreed to trade their entire roster and all future draft capital for liquid justice. April Fools. Oh no, Benedict Mathurin. Spinal injury. Done for the year for Cooper Flag, and they still aren't interested. That makes sense. Uh, well, Ben, it was nice having you. Kinda, I guess. He got his overall field goal percentage from 38 up to 43. So he's actually been playing much better of late. And of course, he gets a spinal injury and he's out for the year. So I, every time I give Bryce an opportunity, he doesn't wow me enough to keep him up there. So I think we're actually going to go with Proctor. We're going to try Proctor out with some minutes at the 2, and then Mayhop would be the 3. Of course, he's barely played. He actually averaged he averaged 17. Oh, his numbers are back. Wait a minute. Didn't we look at him earlier and he didn't have a stat card? I swear that happened. Now his stats are all back. Okay. Well, he averaged 17 a couple years ago with Vegas. He's a 38% three-point shooter for his career. It's not bad. He can help us. We can survive Mathurin being out, I think. And we're up to 5th in the East. It's close. We've clinched a playoff spot. But we'd have to win out. Not win out, but from this point out, we'd have to win 3 more games than the Nets or Wizards to get to 3rd or 4th. Well, the Pelicans are right there, too. The Sixers are amazing. 65 wins. What are the Sixers looking like right now? Both centers are hurt. That doesn't help. Terrence Stewart. Okay, Christian Collins is an 87. BJ Edgecombe's a 91. And they have Dash Daniels at an 88. Anthony Black, 83. Brunson, hanging around. At 37, he's going to retire. I wonder, I haven't said this, I don't think, but we did win a championship, and we kept our core together for so long. I wonder if they will retire Brunson's 11 and Cat's 32 for the Knicks. If I could do it manually, I would, but I don't know if it will. I don't know. So we have 5 games left, and we need to win to get a better seeding, to be honest. So rather than kind of take our foot off the gas, as Proctor did not play well, I kind of just want to set up our playoff rotation. And I think we'll go down to a 9-man rotation, as Darvin Ham is our coach. I forgot about that. We're not playing Maxey 30 minutes. That was just to get the minutes distributed. We're basically playing an 8-man rotation. Okoko's just kind of out there for a little bit. I think it'd kind of be smart just to give Mate. Well, we're already playing Peterson so many minutes. We're going to go up on Mullet and Pepsi. I don't understand this exactly. It says suggested for Miletich is 32 minutes, and then it says -7. He's playing 34. That's only 2 minutes more than 32. I don't understand. I don't know what it's trying to say. All right, let's get through these last few games. They move the NBA Cup to the end of the season when there's expansion teams. And we finish the year with 53 wins, as Justice does win MVP, and I'm going to let this one stand. I don't know how good they are as a team, their record, but he could win Most Improved Player off of that, going from 16.5 points to 24.5, from 38% from 3 to 42%. So we'll let him have his first MVP. And DeMarco Jefferson's going to win Rookie of the Year. Ends up at 21 and 13, a block. You'd kind of like to see more than just 1.2 blocks. And of course, you'd like to see more than 48% from the free throw line. But if you're going to move on from Wemby, or if Wemby's going to move on from you, I should say, getting DeMarco Jefferson's not a bad place to start to rebuild that team. Dash Daniels wins sixth man, 20 points a game. Justice is Defensive Player of the Year. His teammate, Theory Servin, who's been there, they drafted him, is going to win Most Improved. Tony Garma, Clutch Player. Billy Donovan, the Sixers coach. But Alexander Panels of the Golden State Warriors wins Executive of the Year. Interesting. So first team, Justice Rosser, Chuck Simovic, who won a Finals MVP last year, if I'm not mistaken. Ryan Hampton of the Sonics. He was the 8th overall pick a few years ago. Oh, 12 assists. Okay. I was looking to see why exactly he was up here, and that would do it, I guess. Cam Williams still doing his thing. I think it was worth trading Şengün to get him. I don't think the Rockets have been great, but it was worth it to move up. Wemby now with the Clippers with Tatum, right? On the Clippers team. He's still doing his thing, 26 and 14. You'd kind of like to see the points go up to 30, but Peterson makes the second team. His scoring went down. His numbers across the board kind of went down, but he played fewer minutes a game. His percentages went up slightly. And his plus-minus went way up. I like that. Ade Mara for the Sonics. Sure. I mean, 16 rebounds is crazy. How is he playing? Oh, Seattle. Right. Seattle. Not the Slimes. I don't know why I get those mixed up in my head. DeBone, who was a first-time All-Star, I believe. Well, maybe not. Maybe he's been an All-Star, actually, for a while. He's on the second team, along with Cade. We'll see if the Pistons get back to the playoffs. Third team, Tyron Stokes. Colton Hiller, who is currently hurt, but he's basically all Dallas has at the moment. Beckham Black, new young guard for Denver after Jokic moves on. CC? Which team is CC? I don't remember. Tyrese making the third team. I like that. And then DJ Wagner somehow. Oh, because he's on Cincinnati. That would do it. 8 rebounds a game. Oh boy. All right. Oh, look at the shooting percentage. Can I override this? I'm overriding this. I'm sorry. I have to. There's a dude that averaged 24 and 45 minutes a game. It's because the Royals are so bad, dude. But I mean, his percentages are way better. I'm going to give it to Garma. He was the clutch player of the year. I see Scotty Barnes as well had a pretty good year. I'm giving it to Garma, dude. Get DJ Wagner out of here. I'm sorry, but come on, man. All defensive first team is all bigs. Second team is mostly, it's also all bigs, yeah. Where have the defensive wings gone? Where's Glove 3.0? Rookie teams, Jefferson, Marquise Cannon, Hakeem Ojale, Ojeli? Probably not how you say it. I'm going to stop struggling and just talk about Hakeem, though. The 4th overall pick makes it. Geno Hunt on the Rollers, that's right. 21-5-7. He's going to be great. The shooting percentages aren't really even there. He's averaging 21. Jelly. Hakeem PBJ. And Jeremiah Westblade also for the Celtics. Celtics got themselves, I think, a trio of good young players. And there's the third, Landon Nixon. OJ Stackhouse, Shadrach Williams, Juice Jones, and Amir Richardson. All right, let's check out the playoffs. We have the Rollers in the play-in for the very first time, I think, behind Geno Hunt. Of course, they've got some other players that are higher overall, but Geno Hunt has a 76, averaging 21, 5, and 7. He's just him. He's going to turn into him. Koulibaly, Gaskins, Draven, Donut. I could have sworn there was an R in there. There was no R. Interesting squad. The Spurs trying to rebuild without Wemby, with DeMarco Jefferson. They're in the play-in. And the Slimes are the 2. Oh boy. Ace Bailey isn't quite at his peak anymore, but he's still averaging 19. I think he was above a 90 at one point. Yeah, great year from Justice. In the East, of course, the Pelicans, who have been in the East since the very first expansion teams, I believe. Jeremy Go Higher. He's going higher already. He's 7'6" himself. A lot of tall guys in this league. And then no other expansion teams from the East. Pacers actually back in the play-in is kind of a good step for them, to be honest. I know that's embarrassing to say as a Pacers fan right now, but at least they're contending, sort of. Diggs is a good player. Keep working on it, fellas. This is not a great roster, but you know what? They're trying. Oh, Burries. Yeah. Braden Burries we traded off. Is he hurt right now, or is he actually a 76? I think he's higher than that, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's hurt. Need a better center, but the starting 5 isn't the worst. I don't know why I said isn't. I read the word ain't. Yeah, they definitely need a center. Booker 9 and 10 doesn't really, on 39% from the field. That's not going to cut it. And he's also 29 already. Brandon McCoy's not bad. The problem, I think, is Knipple, because he doesn't shoot the ball. I should have raised his tendencies at some point, and I just haven't. My bad. Pacers, worst decision they could have made was signing Con Knipple. I also just noticed the Pistons, by the way. They're back. Now they're going up against last year's finals team, but Patrick Williams. Did we have Patrick Williams at one point? His stats are on. I don't think so. I think that was something else I did that I'm thinking of. But let's start off the playoffs with the play-in. See what happens. Timberwolves beat the Rollers, but then the Rollers beat the Spurs, who beat the Blazers. So the Rollers, for the first time behind 76 overall rookie Geno Hunt. The multiverse is real, guys. Geno Hunt leading the High Rollers into the playoffs. So now 2 of the 6 expansion teams have made the playoffs. Only 2. And of course the Slimes are, I don't know, title favorites, would you say? I would say. They've got the best player. We'll see if it works out for them. We, on the other hand, get the New Jersey Nets, not Brooklyn. And their roster's not bad. They still have Ant. His second year there, he's a 91 still. Darius Cuff is an 88. Not the best bigs. They do have another really good guard, averaging 7 assists, and a Sore Thompson. So it's a deep team. And Zach Edey. Hey, Zach. Nice having you for half a season last year. That's right, we traded him to the Slimes to be their backup center. Interesting. So let's check out our rotation. Actually, hold on. For that. Stats. Did not look at final stats. So Peterson at 23.5 points. Pepsi at 15. Mate 14. Miletich 12. So we go 11.5. And Maxey 11. That's kind of what I envisioned. Not going to lie. That's kind of how I wanted it to be. So I'm not mad about it. I guess I would have liked to see Maxey score a little bit more, but maybe his tendencies are down to the point where he doesn't shoot a ton. But nobody, I mean, Mathurin, I guess, was kind of disappointing, and then he got hurt, so that sucks, but it is what it is. Bryce had a little bit of an opportunity. Okoko and Naz Reid played a bit. The other guys, not much. Sturts, I mean, if we were trying to develop him, I would have played him more probably, but he's already 30. So I don't think it's going to happen here. But if we need him to play in the playoffs, who knows? Who was it? It wasn't DiVincenzo. We had a guy, was it Sam Merrill we had for like 2 years? He went like an entire season without playing, and then I played him like 30 minutes in a playoff series. Something like that happened. It's kind of crazy. This has been such a fun, like, the whole series and rebuilding all stuff has been fun, but like just to go through the players that we've had on this team, kind of fun to remember. Anyway, this is year 8 playoffs, 2034. Knicks Nets, and the Nets take game 1. Anthony Edwards 42. Okay, dude. Peterson 33 had a good game. Did not get much from our bench. Swigo 8 and 7 isn't amazing either. Tough series incoming. Nets take game 2. Ant 27, and they only won by 3 this time. Peterson 26 and 11. 5 and 3. If you could just get 1 3 to go down, man. Swigo 3 of 10 with only 1 3-pointer attempted. Okay, so we're not shooting the ball terribly well right now. That's concerning. Game 3, this is a must-win game. We're going to do simcasts. We got off to a decent start, but the Nets come back. Molten Swigo not performing well enough. Bring them, like, are you saying bring them off the bench? We could insert Jokic, he's still good. That would be a heck of a move to do now, because we're going to lose game 3. Yeah, true. Well, we're going to have decisions to make as we go down 3-0. Peterson 28, Swigo 9, Miletich 5, Jokic 4, Mayhop 3 on 0 of 7. Nobody except Peterson and Mate are doing enough, I would say. And still, we had 4 turnovers on Mate, 5 on Pepsi, 4 on Miletich. We're turning the ball over, and we're not shooting well from 3, and Ant is upping his game for the playoffs. This is just kind of a tough team to have to play against right now. They've put Edey in the starting lineup. Is there anything I can really do with that? Because in the past, I thought Cat was versatile enough to, I had Point Towns at one point, and we won a game like that. Those tough Raptors series. So Thompson's back in the starting lineup. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. He has become a starter. He's an 86 overall, but he's shooting 33% from the field in these playoffs. He's been great in the playoffs in the past. Now I'm a little concerned because we're obviously not going to have Jokic back next year. Do we start thinking about maybe picking up another center? He's going to be 28. I don't know. Well, it's all hands on deck, which means it's actually less hands on deck, as Maxey has sucked. Maxey has been trash. Wow, 6 points, 1 board, 1 assist, 28% from the field, and 11% from 3. I mean, somebody has to play, but, like, not much at that rate. Coco, go down in his minutes. Jokic only has center. He can't play the 4. We're going to play Swigo a little less, keep Jokic the same minutes, and then Mayhop is actually going to play more. He shoots the ball worse, too. Do I randomly bring one of our bench guys out? I don't. I mentioned Sam Merrill. Do we give Bennett Sturts some run? Do we give Bennett Sturts a random, 8-minute run? Maybe. We got 10 minutes. We basically need Peterson playing the entire way and give Mate some extra minutes. That's going to be the rotation. Despite not playing him all season, basically, I'm going to trust Bennett Sturts to give me 8 solid minutes. All right, Simcasts. Here we go. It's possibly 4 straight elimination games if we can win. We are not winning. We are losing bad. Daphne is getting on the phone. She is yelling at everybody. She's chewing us out. It's over. We have been swept. Not a good sweep. I don't even want to do my sweep thing because it's not good. That is not good. And this might be the first time I've ever seen this. The 1 through 4 seeds won in both conferences. There were 0 upsets. And most of the series weren't even close. There were 2 7-game series, including the Rollers took Golden State, who's the 1 seed, which is surprising enough. Took them to 8 games behind Geno Hunt, dude. And he played even worse. 27% from 3, 29 from the field, and he took them the 1 seed to 7 games. I'm scared of the Rollers. I'm scared of Geno Hunt, and I'm scared of... Where is Noah Halliday, by the way? I don't remember where he got drafted. Oops. Oh my goodness. If I could type, dude. Same with my keyboard. Noah Halliday is on the Jazz, and he barely played. Okay. Well, I'm not as scared of Noah Halliday yet, but I do expect him to be a good player. And we're done. So that's unfortunate, but that's the way she goes sometimes. Playoff stats. Peterson definitely raised his game. 30 points a game. 65% from the field and 44 from 3. This is the player I want to build around. You like Jazz? I do. Pepsi at 16, Mate at 15. Mullet actually raised his... I don't know why this is 34 games played. Look at Sturts, he had 10. Sturts had 10. Maybe I should have been playing Sturts. I guess I should have. He's our 5th highest leading scorer for the playoffs. Not really, of course, but I mean, it's not a huge sample size for anybody else who played 4 games. Jokic, sorry, not Mullet. Jokic 6 and 6 and 4. 30% from the field. Tough way to go out. I think, honestly, the Nets are just that good. But we did not play well. So, sad. That's pretty sad. Of course, the Pelicans are led by Cooper Flagg now. I forgot about that. The Slimes, of course, advanced. Denver, the 3 seed without Jokic, is kind of sad to see. They got Judd Houston. Former 11th overall pick. He's not really playing great, but I mean, I gave him Paolo. And they've got Beckham Black, so they're doing all right. The West, we looked at Golden State. Houston, hanging around, being relevant. They did trade from Malik Thomas, and he upped his numbers. So, all right, let's go ahead and advance the rest of the playoffs, I guess. That's we've lost in the first round before to the Raptors, I think, but obviously not in a sweep, like 6 or 7 games. Not even to meme, but you know. So in the West, the Warriors beat the Rockets in 6. The Slimes have made, I think, their first Western Finals, beating the Nuggets in 6. The East, we do get a major upset. The Nets have swept the Sixers. They have not lost in the playoffs yet. And then the Pelicans beat last year's champ Wizards in 6. Interesting series, man. Golden State, they've, rebuilt, retooled everything. Keontae George was kind of the first new piece of this team, and he's coming off the bench now. Timmy Gilliard. I was going to say young player, but he's already 26. Mid-first round pick. Stephon Castle came over in free agency. Tejan Solon was the centerpiece return in the Giannis trade, and he only played there 2 years. They let him go in free agency. Thomas Sorber, former OKC draft pick. Jaden Ivey hanging around. Mark Williams. This is a deep team. And they got Neptune Hibbins, averaging 6'7". Double sweeps against good teams. I mean, they got to go through Cooper Flagg now. Jonathan Kuminga. Is Derek Queen hurt? Yeah, Derek Queen got hurt. You might be onto something with the Nets. Let's find out. No, the Pelicans sweep. Did I see that right? And Timmy Gilliard? Oh, yeah, he's their starter. Timmy Gilliard for the Warriors, and Cooper Flagg comes to the East and immediately goes to the finals after Dallas was a no-show for his entire career. They weren't even making the play-in. I don't know about. You just never know how the sim's going to go, I guess. And Cooper Flagg is him, so. He's only averaging 20.5 points, 29% from 3, but he's done enough to get him there. So this is your finals matchup, Golden State and New Orleans. This is the first time they've made the finals, so it's the first time we've had in real life, West versus West team meet in the finals, but let's send it. Pelicans have won the finals behind Cooper Flagg. That very well coulda, woulda, shoulda been us if we'd been able to sign him. We weren't. It is what it is, and now he's won a championship. Tough. Game 7, they won. Not Game 7. Game 6, they won by 4 points. Nobody scored more than 20. Kuminga against his former team gets some revenge. Derek Queen came back at the end of the series. Golden State, they've done a nice rebuild, but they're not quite done, and neither are we, obviously, because we got swept in the first round. So, moving on to Season 9. Let's see who retires. Of course, Jokic does. Jaylen Brown, he's got a year left on his deal, but he is 37. He's down to an 83, and he's down to averaging just 12 points a game. These last 5 years really dipped in the scoring. We'll let him retire. Jared Allen. Jalen Brunson doesn't get the ring in Philly, but these 2 years in Charlotte were decent after we traded him. But I'm glad we traded him when we did, I would say. He's still shooting 41% from 3. I'm going to guess low volume shots, but Colin Sexton, Trae Young at 35 as well. He's got a big contract left for $25 million to come back, and he's still averaging 17 and 5, 46% from 3. I kind of feel like it makes sense for him to come back. He's going to regress, but point fading Wizard is ironic, as he is with the Wizards. We're going to let him come back. I'm not going to sign him, don't worry. Don't worry. Alexander Walker, Jared Allen. Okay, it reordered some of these guys. Isaac Okoro. I'm guessing Jokic will be the only Hall of Famer in this class, and now we're already into fake players. A lot of fake players. Look at all these. The league just doesn't need this many players. but it is what it is. Staff retirements, Mike Woodson, former Knicks coaching legend. Yeah, that name is retiring as well. Katie Lou Hansen, Bucks head coach. 11 years in the league? I don't know about that. But Scott Brooks. And yeah, all right. To the Hall of Fame goes Jokic and Jalen Brunson. Makes the Hall of Fame. Never an MVP. He did make 7 All-Star teams. Did get the championship. Did get a Finals MVP. 3-time All-NBA second team. 1 time on the third team. Never a defensive team. Not on the rookie team. Jalen Brunson is a Hall of Famer alongside Nikola Jokic. I mean, he averaged 21 and 5. It's not bad at all, but I wasn't expecting him to get to the Hall of Fame. Good for him. So our most beloved 2 New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson and Nikola Jokic, go to the Hall of Fame. And they do retire Brunson's number. He was here for 10 years, got a championship, makes the Hall of Fame. Jokic, 18 years with the Nuggets, played his final year with us. And then Jaylen Brown. What am I looking at, dude? 2016 to 2033. 2025 to 2032 is included in that. And so is 2030 to 2033. What am I looking at, dude? 2K. What are we doing? What is that exactly? I don't know. No, we don't want sudden death over time. Stop trying to prove that. And actually, I think for the future, we can turn off league meetings. Because I've already changed the things I want to change. And we've already added our 6 expansion teams. So we are kind of done with that, I would say. Let's go ahead and advance through it. And then... Now, where do I turn it off is a good question. Rule changes right here. Off. Okay. That was easy. Now, draft lottery time. Can we look at our upcoming picks? Or nah? I don't think we can. All right, well, let's go to go on launch audio only. Okay, right on. I will be very descriptive. All right, ping pong ball time. We do not... Oh, we do, actually. We have a 3% chance at pick 14. Of course... Oh, gosh, the Celtics, dude. How did the Celtics end up with so many high picks? Because they got 3 good rookies last year. They've got the tied for the best odds this year. Interesting. And then they also have the 7th pick from the Lakers. The Avalanche, the Knights, the Royals, they're on the top 10. Sonics at 13. All right, let's run the lottery. This should be the Cavs, and it's the Cavs. Next up, it should be us, unless they want to move us up. Little Patrick Ewing action. No, they don't. They hate us. Next should be the Miami Heat, and it is the Heat. Next, Hornets. It is the Hornets. Next, 20 teams in the lottery is kind of a lot, huh? Next should be the Spurs. It's the Spurs. Somebody's going to move up from around this range, I feel like. The Bulls. And it's the Bulls. The NBA wants to revitalize the Chicago Bulls. It's rigged. They're moving up. Oh, and the Sonics are moving up. The NBA hates the Jazz. They do not like Jazz. Milwaukee stays. The Raptors are moving up. They love Canada. Cincinnati falling down 3 more spots is tough. This should be the Kings, and it is. We've already had 3 teams move up, so I feel bad for whoever. Well, it was Boston, right? Boston got those good young players, but they still had the worst record. Got to develop. They stay put. The Heat, other pick stays put. The Knights, Staying put. Magic. The Magic use their magic, and they're passing up the Bucks. And then the Bucks are also moving up. That can happen. 5 picks are moving up. I thought 4 was the max, but we're doing 4. We're doing 5. Okay. Celtics come in at 5, so they only moved up a spot. So this should be the Bucks at 4. It's the Sonics. The Sonics have a W, but not a massive W. This should be the Bucks. It's still not the Bucks. It's the Raptors. We're down to what? Bucks Heat? Is it? No, not the Heat. I forgot who it was. Bucks and somebody. Number 2 should be the Bucks. It's the Bulls. The Bucks, for the first time since trading Giannis about 8 years ago, have some hope. It's not the Bucks. It's the Magic. The Magic get the Bucks pick. What happened? It said Bucks like a million times. It kept saying Bucks, but the Magic get it, and it's their own pick. I don't understand what happened. The Bucks have 7 and 13. Was that a glitch? What happened? The Orlando Magic magically have magicked themselves up to the pick 1 and will be in position to possibly select Rome Sterling. I don't know who's going to go number 1 in this class. I think we probably run our staff back. We've got 1 year left on Darvin Ham. And despite getting swept in the playoffs, we still were the 4 seed. 4 seed or 5 seed? I forgot. One of those. We'll look at candidates. I mean, like, we tried to sign Jason Kidd at one point, and he is the GM of the team that beat us. I put that team together. But I think I tried to sign him before and it was blocked. So I've also seen some other people on TikTok and just Googling say that there is no way to sign an assistant coach. So it's not just us. They removed the ability, even though they have all these different positions, they took out assistant coach for whatever reason. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't even begin to explain why that would be. But we're going to rock with Darvin Ham for another year, at least. Combine, pre-draft. We are up to the draft. And we have cap space because Jokic retired. We're going to keep Peterson. There's zero, I mean, there was already zero chance, but now there's extremely zero chance the Pelicans would trade Cooper Flagg because they just won the finals, and he was finals MVP. So we're not getting Cooper Flagg ever. Hopefully Peterson progresses. I think Milicic and Pepsi should still go up a little bit. I'm afraid Swigo has now plateaued. Because, I raised his tendencies. He shot the ball better from 3, and he shot the ball more from 3. But then we get to the playoffs, and he didn't play that well. So I'm a little worried about that. Mayhop's on a good contract. Nate's on a really good contract for us. Maxi's a free agent. Bryce is still under contract. Everyone else is a free agent. I don't really know what we want to do in this draft or free agency. Other than I know Rome Sterling is going to be a good player, and therefore if we could get into position for Rome Sterling, I would take him. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. We have pick 19, which right now would probably not be high enough to get him. Looking at the mock drafts, we've got Mason Sifa going number 1. Whoa, okay. Rome Sterling at 3. Now this mock it's round 2. This mock doesn't even have Rome Sterling in the top 10. Did I skip him? He's at 17. That's the spread of overalls in this class. And then NBA.com has him at 3. So if I trade up before the draft starts, I could end up just not getting him. That's scary. I don't think there's any players I want to trade, just because we don't honestly have that many players to trade. You know how much I have liked Swigo in this series. I could entertain the idea of possibly trading him, but First of all, I don't want to trade our first round pick. We also have 23. I didn't even notice that. We could get Bronny back. You asked about Bronny. He averaged 9.5, 4 and 3. He's just not a starter. Is the problem. But if you bring him off the bench, he scores between 3 and 7 points. So I don't know. I don't know about that. We could get Brandon Miller from the Hornets. He's not been as effective as a scorer for 10 years now. Jace Richardson. Nothing here looks exciting to me. We could get Yuki Saito from the Pacers, who's already making almost as much money from the being the 8th overall pick. And we could get Braden Burries back. He averaged 14.5 for the Pacers. I liked having him. He started a lot for us. And maybe we were missing him a little bit. I don't know. Seemed like another scoring punch somewhere on the team, whether he was going to start or not. So we go for Maluach and a first. Now he's making way more money, more than double. And he averages less points. And he doesn't shoot threes. So, don't know about that. Klingon and Denny. Klingon's only averaging 7, so that seems bad. And Avicii's only at 12, so no. You can do a lot worse than Luigi Swigo, is kind of my point. Eric Dampier Jr., 9. We're not trading for Jeremy Sohan back after he's been gone for 10 years. Koa Pete, Dillingham. None of these trades look great. I think we just kind of roll with who we have into free agency. Is this an option? I don't remember. I think I might have given Maxey an option so I could trade him potentially. But I can't do it right now. Bryce. Do we possibly trade Bryce at this point? Because we could get a future first. We could get 2 firsts from the Bulls, actually. Now, the Bulls, were they good this year? Bulls and Hawks want to give us 2 firsts, and Hornets. And Rockets. Bulls, Hawks, Hornets, Rockets. Let's look at standings real fast. The Bulls were 13th in the East. Bucks were 17th. I need those Bucks picks, I think. We're going to trade Bryce James, and somehow we're going to get 2 first-round picks for him. Which doesn't make a ton of sense, but I'll take it. Okay, the Bucks aren't an option. Was I just making that up? The Bucks weren't offering us. I don't know where I got the Bucks from. Hawks and Hornets. Hawks are good, aren't they? Even with Bronny out there, they won 48 games. So Hornets or Bulls were pretty interchangeable. And then what was the last team I already forgot about again? Rockets, right? So not the Rockets. So Hornets or Bulls, and I think the Bulls have the number 2 pick. I think just based on that, let's send Bryce to the Hornets. How are the Hornets looking? Hornets still have Rosser. Brandon Miller has a year left. Oh yeah, Jaime Jaquez is a free agent, average 10. He also went to Atlanta. What was the package I gave up for Peterson? Did I give them 4 players and just 2 picks? Or were they separate trades? I don't know. I don't remember anymore. Zion we had for just a year. He barely played. He would have probably been a better option for us at the backup 4 this year, and he just didn't really play. Chris Sinak, after like 5 stints with the Lakers, he's actually got a decent role there. Yeah, we're going to trade him to the Hornets. Sorry, Bryce. It's just not going to happen. He's going to be 28. He's got 2 years on his deal. He's cheap, but it's time. Time to move on from Bryce James. We moved on from Bronny. We do have to give up a second-round pick in this deal, and one of these is lottery protected, but it will convey to the following year if we don't get it next year. So I don't want the Hawks picks. I could just take the Bulls picks and not have to give up a second-rounder, but it's a second-rounder. I'm not too worried about that. And I think the Hornets seem worse, and they seem like they're in a worse position. So we'll take these Hornets picks for Bryce James. Bryce, you're one of under 10 players we've even drafted in the series. You just never could really carve out a consistent role, so enjoy Charlotte. Can hang out with Steph Curry. I don't know. So we get some extra ammunition again. We got to stock up on... Not really. We have a ton of firsts going forward again. We have picks 19 and 23. Is it worth trying to trade up to potentially get Rome Sterling? I would say for Rome Sterling, yes. Mayhap can move up to the 3 if that happens, and Rome can back up Peterson as a rookie. And that could lead to us potentially trading Peterson down the line. He's entering a contract year, by the way. And there's no way to extend players right now. I don't want to trade up now, and then Rome Sterling goes at 3, and I'm not able to get him. So I'm going to start the draft. Let's see how we start here. The Orlando Magic go with Valentino Ramirez, big man, out of Spain. Obvious the Magic drafted a future star. All right. Bulls go with Adrian Abando. Raptors see Sean Billings. Sonics, if the Sonics take him, they take him. They do take him. No! They weren't supposed to take him. I was going to try and trade with Boston at 5. But I thought, Seattle's been so bad. If he goes to Seattle, okay, he goes to Seattle. That's unfortunate. So now, what would we do if we were to trade up? I mean, I like Mason Sifa, but not enough to trade up for him, probably. Mwangi, maybe? 7'5" wingspan, he's 20. I'm guessing we don't have stats. Yeah, the stats are still broken for imported classes. He's only got a C- 3-point, but he's a really good defender right off the gate. Right? What? I think I was combining right off the bat and right out the gate. One of those. Just not a great offensive player, which honestly he wouldn't really need to be on our team. I'm not sure I really want to trade up. We're going to let some more picks go by. Most made NBA three-pointers than any other guard. Okay. Cairo Bennett. Svensson, 6'2". Hamilton C. Schultz from Cincinnati. Amir Noah. Zarian Ward. There goes Mason Sifa. He's going to Boston. Boston is really collecting good young talent. Precocious. I don't know if I would have taken him if he made it to us, but that would have been an option. We haven't had any trades yet. No crazy top 5 pick trades. Here's an option for one. 2 players for 2 picks. The Spurs would get a couple of veterans for 2 first-rounders. I don't really think that's a good idea for the Spurs, who are trying to build around DeMarco Jefferson. To give up 2 firsts, it would be good for the Royals. I see why they're trying to do it. I don't think this is worth it. So the Spurs are going to get Roman Reese to be the 4. I like that. Charlotte goes with Nwangi. who immediately will push Bryce James down the depth chart. Heat du Toit. And that brings us to us. Now, apparently we think this guy's a 77, which is pretty good. You know, I've been talking about maybe wanting another center. Here's some options. We don't know about Jack Diddley about him. Here's the projected ratings. I mean, again, I see the A+3 ball on Promosic here, but nothing else really jumps off the page. At least he has B rebounding. He looks, in most areas, much better than Brankovic, but I'm not really sold on either of them. There's Slim Cassini down the board. Sky Burger. Heck of a name. 6'8", 230. He's a really good rebounder. And he can score inside. Probably not worth a top 20 pick here. What was that? Sky Burger and Sven Hubger. No relation. Yuri Seskov could be interesting, I guess. Pooh Lacroix. Michael Newton is in this class as well. He's down the board a bit still, and I wouldn't even say he's well-rounded as a prospect. He's just kind of rounded, other than his inside scoring. I do want Michael Newton. Now, like I said, he's pretty far down the board. But I am kind of afraid he could just go because his class is so close together. If we take him he'll be our third point guard this year, if we take him. And I don't think Maxi's going to be back, and I don't imagine Sturts is going to be back. So we need a point guard to develop, and then we can sign a free agent to be the backup. When's our next pick? It's 4 picks from now. I'm just going to take him here at 19 and then probably end up trading 23. So we're actually making a selection. I know these are few and far between, but we're drafting Michael Newton here. Future Knicks legend. Current Rollers legend in a certain series. Out of Texas, 19th overall pick, wearing number 7. Can't believe Newton slid down this far. But I feel great for Knicks fans who land a player with the potential to become an all-star. I like that. Cavs, Bummoster. Yeah, that guy has a name. And Promosic. Maybe I would have considered taking him. Does this addition to the Raptors mean that Karl Anthony Towns could be expendable? Could we bring back Karl Anthony Towns? I don't know. Probably not. He might have been the player I would have considered taking here. However, he's not. So I think we're going to be trading this pick. I think that's best for this pick. Hopefully we can get a future first. Oh, we can get 2. Beautiful. Now again, who do we want to take him from? The Bulls would offer us 2. I like that idea. We could get Jason Tatum, who's making a lot of money. His scoring's down. We could get Bryce James back in a second. If it was a first, I would honestly consider it, because we did get 2 first-round picks for him. We could keep him or flip him again. Don't want Pelicans picks. We could straight up get Promosic, who just got drafted. 2 Rockets picks. No. We could get Reese, who was the 16th pick, straight up. That makes no sense. The Suns, maybe they fall off a little bit. Jaden Ivey, straight up, 32-year-old. Probably not. 2 Slimes picks. I don't want Slimes picks. Those are going to be in the 30s forever for the next 20 years. So I do think we take these Bulls picks. Yeah. Even though we have to give up a second again. We have a million first rounders, so I'm fine with that. And we are done with our part of the draft unless we trade up for a second rounder. I did mention Yuri Suskov as a possibility. Let's see, a Hawks and Warriors trade. Jaden Ivey in a second for 2 firsts. The Hawks want Jaden Ivey that bad? They'd give up 2 firsts. I think that's a horrible idea. Just take a player. There you go. 7-2-200. Why does everyone want Jaden Ivey for first round picks? Stop it. I could maybe understand giving up 1 first. I'm still going to say no. I don't. Real life circumstances aside, right now, in this series that's 9 years down the road, I don't think he's worth giving up a first round pick for. That seems crazy to me. Dragovic, 6'9", 208 point guard. Didn't realize he was 6'9". Shadrack Wilson. Part of me kind of wants to get Yuri Suskov. This is, what, 35? Pick 35? We would have first round pick control of his contract. Can we just give up, like, seconds for him? I don't mind giving up seconds. We've got all these firsts. It's kind of crazy to give up 6 seconds, and they still won't do it. So, do I give up a first? The Slime's top 3 protected? It's not going to be in the top 3. I can tell you that right now, unless Justice gets hurt for the entire season. I don't expect us to ever be bad, so like I'd be comfortable trading our own pick or the Slimes pick. The Slimes right now is kind of only Justice. He's so good, but they don't really have an amazing team to support him. I mean, they have Ace Bailey's still like an 85, I think. I'd be willing to trade our own pick if we can get this pick and maybe like another future first or something. Like, that'd be nice right there. They don't want to do that. But can we get a different future first? That one's actually more valuable. Do they expect themselves to be bad? They really want this pick. So you know what? Because they really want that pick so bad, I'm going to let them make a pick. And then we're going to try and trade for 36 with Philly. Because they really wanted that pick so bad. And again, we're gonna try to give them just second rounders first. Because we have 6 of those. I'd rather trade 6 seconds than 1 first. They're more valuable. They just don't want to do it. They see my second round picks and they say thanks, but no thanks. And I get it, but I wish they wouldn't. So, again, I'll offer them my pick for this pick, and I'd really love to get a future first in this deal back. I just don't think they're going to do it. Unless I give them another future first, which would kind of negate their need to get a future first back. I think I'm clicking on the same pick. My bad. Yeah, nobody's going to give me a future first. I could maybe if I dangle the Slimes pick, it's only 1 star value as well, but I would prefer any other team to the Slimes, basically. And then I get this pick. Okay, well now they want Michael Newton. We're not doing that. We've lost the plot, Philly. Let's restart. Let's try this again. Pick 36. I'll give you my pick, and I'll give you Slime's pick next year. All this for Yuri Suskov, dude. How about you just give me a Kings second rounder next year then? 2 firsts for pick 36. Give me a second. They don't want to do that. Give me 1 less second. They don't want to do that. Do I really want to trade 2 first rounders, even if they're late, for pick 36 for Yuri Suskov? I do, but I'm not going to do it. I know there's a lot to go through just to not get the player I want, but... And instead they're going to try and trade 2 firsts for Jaden Ivey. Why can't you offer me stupid trades, game? I decline it. They take Cardo Riller. Now that's the guy right there that they had as Darren Peterson on the triple-double chart. What are we doing, game? Anyway, into the second round now. We could still try and trade for a second-round pick here. I'd say if the Celtics take him, he doesn't make it to the Celtics. He goes to the Knights. All right, well. I was going to say if he goes to the Celtics, he goes to the Celtics, but I'm going to trade up with Cincinnati. But he's gone. So, okay, let's scour the board here, even though I actually can't at the moment. Gosh, I don't know why, when you look at the prospect scouting during the draft, why it includes players that have already been drafted. You have to be on the clock to see the board as it is for some reason. I don't get that. So I can't see who's on the board. I don't know. We're gonna just sim. I looked several times and I didn't see anybody that I for sure wanted to draft outside of Suskov if I had a pick, and I just couldn't get a pick comfortably in a way that I would have been happy about. So that's all right. We'll fill out our team with veterans. And we still got Michael Newton, so I'm happy about that. Yeah, there's nobody that got drafted there at the end that I wanted. All right. Number 1 overall pick is a 76. Zyshawn Billings at 3 to the Raptors, who traded Darius Garland, is an 80. The lone 80 overall player in this class. And nobody else is even a 78. So they got a steal there at 3, I would say. What about Rome Sterling comes in at a 76. Now, that doesn't seem as high as maybe I was hyping him up. But keep in mind, Geno Hunt was also just a 76. And despite shooting the ball kind of poorly, he was pretty awesome. Led the Rollers to the playoffs. So, Precocious at 11. Yeah, I would have loved Rome if we could have just traded picks up to get him, but he went 1 pick ahead of where I was going to try to trade up. So, it is what it is. We get Michael Newton, who comes in a 73. He's a shot erasing blow-by laymaker. Heck of a title. And, of course, we do sign him. We're going to pick up Mullet, Pepsi, and we're also going to pick up Maxey to trade him. Because it's a pretty cheap contract. He's still an 81 overall. And this is why I gave us the team option to have him so that we could trade him. And we are going to. None of the best players declined their options. Clyde Weber, at an 86, had his team option declined. He's not been a great scorer. He was the 4th overall pick. He shot the ball terribly, in fairness. He's a 90% free throw shooter, but 38% from the floor last year, and only 26% from three. All right. Well, it's back. I'm back. We back. Clyde Weber is not going to be back, unfortunately for him. 24-year-old team declined option. But that will pretty much put us at the start of free agency now. As Wemby is back, it's already been 4 years he's been in Los Angeles. This is the move. This is, we gotta swing. We gotta do it. We gotta try. The Raptors have a 100-point offer. The Clippers theoretically should be able to give him the best offer, but it's only a 99-point. Speaking of wanting a center, yeah. No kidding. Now, we could offer DeBone, but they would just match. We could try and bring Scotty Barnes back. He's looking at possibly Houston, Chicago, Indiana, Memphis. Amen Thompson, once upon a time, was one of your key players to look to trade for. Now, he's not quite the scorer or the shooter, clearly. 20% for career from three. So I'm not too inclined to do that, but he is only making $10 million. It's a possibility, I suppose. Kingston Fleming at an 85 is making Or I was only asking for 16. That's not bad. Wanted him and his brother for style points, not player factor. Cat at 38. He averaged 15 and 7 last year. That wouldn't be bad for a backup center if we can't get Wemby. Because I wouldn't hate moving Swigo back to the bench. I really wouldn't hate that. Or Jaime Jaquez we had for a few years. Pacon Dadier. Some of the Timberwolves for a while. Jalen Tyson we had briefly. He got traded to Atlanta. Did we just trade 6 players for Darren Peterson? Is that what it was? A roster made up of Thompson twins, Boozer brothers, Giannisson brothers, Curry and Lil Bro, Bronny and Bryce, and I don't know, pick 2 more bro duos. The Holidays. Drew, Aaron, and Justin. There's 3. That certainly would be a team. I agree. Zach Edey. Jalen Green's, he's been a good scorer in the league, but hasn't quite had the same. Now, okay, this season is duplicated for no reason in the wrong place. Really wish it wouldn't do that. Really wish it wouldn't do that, man. Jan Hansen has been awful throughout his entire career. 30% from the field, despite 87. What kind of shots is he putting up, man? City of brotherly love roster. So here's the thing. We have to go all in for Wemby. Just have to try. We currently only have $19 million in cap space. So we can't, unless we trade Darren Peterson. Or Mullet, Pepsi, and Swigo. That would be really hard to convince myself to do all that. Now, we do have some cap holds. We can let all 5 of these guys go. So there's like $15 million. And we still have Maxey on roster, which we need to trade him away. Newton could move to the 2 as well. So overall, we'll go up a tiny bit. Can we get a first? We can. Oh, we can get 2 firsts from the Avalanche. Now, I know I try to be kind of realistic. I decline trades if it doesn't look great. Chet Rivers. I would be willing to take the Avalanche's 2 firsts if they really want to give them to me for Tyrese Maxey. I mean, this was the sole reason, not the sole reason, but I was going to say it was the sole reason we signed him. It was the sole reason I gave him a team option for a year or 2 so we could trade him if things weren't great in year 1. He's going to regress, and he still may be one of the Avalanche's better players, so maybe it's worth 2 firsts to him. And they probably will both be bad, which means they'll convey to the following season, but that's fine. So, yeah, you know what? Tyrese Maxey for 2 firsts from the Avalanche? Sure, I'll do that. Now, as far as going after Wemby, I said we gotta do it. We have to go for it. We can't go for it. We can offer him, $40 million, but it's not going to be anywhere near the top. It's going to be down here. So, if Mullet has to go, I won't hold it against you. It would probably be Mullet and Pepsi or Mullet and Swigo. And that's not even, I mean, if we could guarantee that we could get him, I still don't know if I would do it. He's got a 100-point offer from the Raptors. If Swigo, we go. He's also got no trade clause and player options in here. It's not going to be attainable. We could offer DeBone. Again, he's got a 100-point offer already. Would that be worth it? He's averaging 26 and 9 and 5. He's pretty good. He's only 23. That's a lot of money, dude. Cat could come back as our backup option to back up Swigo for relatively cheap. What else would we want to add? I don't think Scotty Barnes coming back really makes sense with Pepsi on the roster. Is there a high-level player that would be really good to add? Could bring back Jaime Jaquez, Keaton Wagler. He averaged 16 last year on a bad team, but 38% from 3. That could be like our new Burries, maybe. And I was wanting a backup point guard option. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're just not going to be in position to get Wemby because we have Peterson. If Peterson was making less, then maybe, but just can't do it. Speaking of which, he actually can't re-sign. That's not good. We can re-sign Mate, but he's got 2 years. Same with Swigo. We can re-sign Miletich. He wants, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Wasn't expecting the 50 million bomb from Miletich. Oh my gosh. I mean, we traded up to take him at 2. He's been good. I don't know if he's been 50 million a year good at 12 points a game. Oh boy. Oh, man, that's a lot of money, dude. Pepsi's going to want the same deal then, probably. We can't offer him because he was with the Hawks, I guess. I don't know. Mate's contract's going to be manageable again. I'm baffled by this. This is sad right here. This makes me sad. The thing is, we kind of have to do it, right? That's such a huge contract, dude. Oh boy. What do we think's going to happen with Peters? He's such a good all-around player. If we were to trade him right now so we could go for Wemby, what would that kind of a deal even look like? Because he's making $75 million. It would have to be one of the expansion teams, right? Because nobody else is going to be able to take him on. Trade him before he declines. That's kind of what I'm considering, because if he does decline again, that's not good for us. Boston has some young pieces, but I don't really want. I mean, Marquise Cannon's cool, but he's making $20 million already. So maybe like Westblade, but I don't know about that either. Clippers aren't really paying anybody. I mean, they're paying 2 guys. Trade him back to the Hawks. Get Bronny back. $35-year-old, 88 overall, declining Luka making $79 million. The Lakers aren't really paying anybody, and they've been pretty bad. Now they've got a really good player here in Zach Tucker. Would it be worth it to just trade him for picks straight up? Because they've got 4 first-rounders we could get. The thing is, we already have so many firsts. $80 million salary for Luke Doncic is wild. He's probably only got a couple years left at most, and he could leave us in the offseason if we were to. That's not the kind of deal I'm looking for, but this would be another example of the Lakers going out and making a swing for a star player. There's just not really a player I would want back here. Here's the thing. If we trade Peterson and we don't get Wemby, we're in trouble. We have a huge collection of picks already. But that is what I'm thinking, dude. Like, if Peterson declines, create a save file and try to make it happen. I wouldn't say it's cheating. I don't know. I don't really want to trade him is the thing, because he is our best player by a lot. We're 10 years in. I think it's worth trying. Come on. Oh, boy. He's so good. He's just so good. Like, he declined and he played better. He got worse and he played better overall. I don't think I want to trade him. I don't think I can do it. Even to have the possibility of getting Wemby, I don't want to trade Miletic either. That salary is alarming. That's going to be a massive contract. Team instantly out of playoffs if you trade him and don't get Wemby. Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Now, we would turn our focus towards who exactly? Keaton Wagler at a $9 million. We would have to trade for somebody. They would have to be a trade, not a free agent signing, I would say. Hugo can't shoot. Jalen Wells is averaging 6 points for his career. Flory Kuminga is decent, but there's not a Darian Peterson replacement out there in free agency right now. Scotty Barnes. Scotty, we could bring him back and play Miletic at the 2, and then Barnes or Pepsi at the 3, the other at the 4. That would kind of be worst case scenario there. The fact of the matter is we have $42 million in cap. So like we could afford Scotty. Or like we could put an offer on Gaskins here. He's a pretty good player. Again, can't and just doesn't shoot threes. Clyde Weber's shooting was really down last year. I don't even know what to do here. Do we just fill out the roster? If I can get there. We need backups basically everywhere. Michael Newton is going to be a third stringer this year and probably not play a ton. Just trying to develop him. I mean, we can spend $42 million for depth. I mentioned Cat at 38. Suddenly he wants more money than he's saying. His expected is 10.3, so I go in and he's asking for 16.8. Now we can go down to maybe 12 and probably still get him. I'll offer him 12. It's his only offer and it's at 88, so we should sign. Other than that, Derek Queen, he was hurt a little bit there in the playoffs. Okay, his stats are gone. Yeah, dude played 35 years ago, sure. For a team that didn't exist. What are we doing? I do kind of have interest in bringing back Hawkes. He was a good player for us. I think I will use one of my offers on him. It's only a minimum. And quite honestly, I am looking at Thompson. He does have 4 offers, unfortunately. He's got 100-point offers, really? The Slimes and the Sixers. Well, Kingston Fleming's a little more expensive, but better shooter, scorer. Kingston Fleming's to be our backup point guard. We could give him the same type of deal as we gave Maxey. It'd be 2 years with a team option. We'll pay him a little more up front. And then trade him if we don't need him next year. He's only 27, so it's a little different than the Maxey thing, but this is going to be our third offer. So unfortunately, we can't go for Wemby. Just can't do it. We are going to get Towns back and Hawkes back, and Kingston Flemings will join. Wemby did not decide. Now he's got a billion 100-point offers. What would happen, because I saw the Lakers, didn't I? If the Lakers actually managed to sign Wemby, would they unprotect DeBonne? Or just not match? Because we can't now. We could make a strong offer for him, but he's already at a 100-point offer. Scotty Barnes hasn't decided. Would Amen Thompson be worth this? I mean, it's not that much money. But it's not really the type of deal I would want to give him. It'd basically be the same kind of thing. 2 years, front-loaded, and then we'd have to go up on the money to like here, basically, to be competitive. I think this is worth it. I mean, he's not a great scoring option, but we have guys that I want to be the ones to score the basketball, so I would sign him to that. Anybody else sticking out to me? No. Maybe Anthony Black. If we don't get Amen Thompson, I think Anthony Black would be a fine fallback option. Any older players? De'Aaron Fox still an 82. Zion. Jaren Jackson. Zion for depth, if we need him to be out there. He's going to regress again, but to be our third power forward, I wouldn't hate that. Zion says yes. Amen Thompson, we don't know yet. He, at least at the moment, says he's going to sign with Philly. Okay. Wemby has chosen the Toronto Raptors. And the Lakers have blown it with DeBonne, possibly. Oh boy. That's what I was thinking might happen. The Lakers just really can't hold down a center, can they? If that actually happens, that's malpractice. Fire everybody. So we didn't get Amen Thompson, which means we're going to go for Anthony Black on basically the same type of deal. Front load. Take the money down. This is the exact same Tyrese Maxey deal, by the way. And he will join our free agent class. So Karl-Anthony Towns is coming back to the Knicks, probably for his final season. Jaime Jaquez is coming back to the Knicks. Zion Williamson is coming back to the Knicks. Anthony Black, a veteran at this point, has been in Philly for a very long time, since his rookie deal ended. And then Kingston Flemings, who was a top 10 pick in the real upcoming draft. He's been with Orlando for a while. We're going to bring all of them in. And Wemby didn't sign. Wemby didn't sign with Toronto. The Bulls are now in the driver's seat for him. And Toronto has no longer offering. Wow. And DeBonne is a supersonic. What are they going to do? The Lakers have no one again. They finally get a really, really good player. They've got Zach Tucker, who's good, and Michael Andrews is pretty good. They're both point guards. Their top 3 players are all guards. You're going to go to Olivier Rio. And heavily rely on Mark Singleton, who took a step back and regressed. Glad I'm not the Lakers. The Sonics had DeBone with Rome Sterling. Bad move. Bad move, Lakers. Why would you do it? I don't know. Whatever. All right. We do need a potential backup power forward over Zion, I would say. And maybe one more wing and a center. So I see this dude. We've got no cap space though. Now we spent it all. So Zach Edey, welcome back. Zach Edey on a minimum. Let's see, a power forward that could possibly start. Jalen Johnson? 9, 6, and 3 last year. The 3-point shooting's disappeared from his game, it looks like, but and then one more wing. I see Dalton Connect is super cheap. 42% from 3 last year. Let's do it. We get Jalen Johnson, we get Edey, we get Connect. And Wemby has signed with Chicago Bulls. 4 years with the Clippers, now a Bull. Crazy. Yeah. The Thunder keep their 2 guards, their 2 new guards. Scotty Barnes goes to the Pacers. Interesting. We did not get Eamon Thompson, goes to Philly. Clyde Weber. I was thinking he was a power forward for some reason. That's even worse, I would say. The shooting being a point guard. Nobody else really super notable in this class, to be honest. So let's go ahead and advance to the final day. And do we have 15 players? Yeah, we do. So we're good. The top player available is a player from the G League, Savo Drezgic. Just never played. Don't know why he's an 81 overall. I feel like the made-up G League players really shouldn't progress past like 70 overall, to be honest. They're all way too good. They develop to be way better than they should be. And it just kind of inflates. Now, a lot of these players are from draft classes, but there's just too many good players available. And this is with 6 expansion teams. So, like I see Jalen Suggs down here. He hasn't been a starter in a couple years, looks like. All right, player progression. Swigo does go down to, oh boy. Now, the only thing that went down as far as his letter grades is perimeter defense, and that's fine, but down 2 for Swigo. Towns goes down 2, that's expected. Zach Edey 4, that's kind of expected as well. Pepsi goes up 3 more. I like that. This could be, if Peterson's the Batman, Pepsi might be the Robin, as far as scoring at least. Johnson down 5. Zion 2. Pride Multich is up 4. He's higher overall than Pepsi. He's got the A+ 3 ball. We might ask more of Multich. We might raise the tendency a little bit. Jaquez down 1. He's still a good player. Peterson does go up. His perimeter defense is up to an A+. Let's have a breakout season. I think it's time. Mayhop's going to regress at 26. I don't love that, but he was kind of inconsistent. I get that. Connect down 2. Still has an A 3-point. And then Mate, none of our point guards actually changed in overall. But Mate, mid-range goes up. Fleming's athleticism goes down. Anthony Black, rebounding goes slightly up. Interesting. Summer League. Skip. I don't think our guys should be playing in the Summer League at this point. Does anyone see the Knicks? I'm looking around. Not seeing our... Oh, there we are. We lost the first game. Cool. Michael Newton had 10. He's the only player I recognize. So we only lost by a point. Toronto Raptors. They almost signed Wembanyama. Instead, they put in work to fill out their Summer League roster. Good for them. Skip through FIBA. All-Star game will be in San Francisco. Nothing bad ever happens there. And we'll load in Octi's 4th draft class. Four. Insert Fantastic Four meme of the kid holding up with 4 fingers. Sim, and what do we got? The initial look at the class. I believe this would be Zaire Washington. Yes, it would. 9 assists from the big man. Bryson Dream, only 7 points. Prodioni, only 6 points. 6'10", 220. Mateo Ignacio, 6'8", 210. Johnson and Barrett, both with 18. For the world team, ooh, Paul Garang. Paul Garang could be on the radar. Samson Maduwan, brother of Marquise Cannon, Montez Cannon. And another Boncaro, Maverick. Interesting. The leading scorer of the game was Bonzi Sharp. Don't recall him. USA didn't have any trouble. All right. Well, time for Season 10. Can't believe we're finally here. Jason Tatum plans to retire. All right. One thing to look at before we do anything else, I want to see triple doubles. It'd be league history, records. He is now into 4th place. He was just behind LeBron when I checked early in the season last year. He's now 4th. He had 30 plus more triple doubles. And he's going to pass Oscar this season. May even pass Russ. It might take him 2-3 years to get to Jokic, but it's not going to be long. No, Jokic did pass MJ. He did not quite get to Kobe. Harden 9th. Luka's at 13. Tatum's at 14, still active. Interesting. All right, we got some roster tweaking to do. So Swigo, Towns, Edie, Pepsi, Johnson, Zion, Mullet, Hawkes. Right now we're only 2s, or 3s, sorry. Peterson, Mayhop. I think we moved Mayhop. If we move Mayhop up. Why does it show overalls for retired players? I don't know. And why does it show them? Why does it show the real players like that are currently still in the league in the jersey of the last team that they played for? I don't know. I don't know why it can't be smart. Seeing 73 overall Dirk made me vomit. Put him in the league today, and he's better than that. True. I don't know what to do exactly here because we've got. Do we just move? If we move Anthony Black to the 2, he's the backup 2. And then Mayhop would be the one to move up. He would have to play over Hawkes. I think that's what we do, though. Can't quite have him playing the 4 still. I could swap. You know what I could do? Because Jalen Johnson's down to 79. Let's swap Jalen Johnson to small forward. And Hawkes back up to the 4. That way Hawkes can be the backup 4 unless he's just not good. And then we can play Zion. I think that makes the most sense. And I think we're pretty well prepared for injuries this year. And even though this does not matter, I want to check jersey numbers. I don't remember what number Hawkes was here the first time around. I know Zion wasn't 45, all right? I know that's not accurate. We don't have 0 or 1 open, but 3's open. Fleming, stick 1. 45 pounds overweight. That's tough. We'll give Fleming's 5 maybe, so that Zion can go back to being 1. I think I made him 0 the last time he was here, and I forgot he's not 0, he's 1. And then Michael Newton, I don't want wearing 7. He can be 3. He can be 3, yeah. I think that looks better. Again, it doesn't matter. But it matters to me. Is I think Hawkes was 1 actually, because he's 11 with the Heat, and I didn't want to give him that because of Brunson. I would have thought 0 also. I don't know why. Same number of playoff games he's played. Remember they won in the play-in, right? 1 year, a couple years ago, and then he got hurt in the play-in game. Couldn't play in the series, something like that. Only number 1 overall pick to never make a playoff appearance besides Anthony Bennett. What a fun moment that was in hindsight for the draft when David Stern goes, Anthony Bennett, and then you just hear Bill Simmons go in, whoa! Great moment. And I'm not a big Bill Simmons guy, but that was a heck of a moment. What a terrible draft, too. Other than, Giannis at 15. Obviously, in hindsight, would have been the number 1 pick, but all right. Do we want to change up anything with our coaching for Darvin? Because we basically have him just running exactly what we've been running. We do have a neutral offensive focus. I don't want to play through the star, but I do want to have more of a focus on just shooting the ball in general. So I think what I'm going to do, we're going to get shooters open. I don't want to be patient. I don't exactly want to shoot at will. Thomas Sorber, 8 to 10 weeks injury. Latonka McClain, 2 to 4 months. Terrible. And as much as I like to rebound, let's send some guys out to try to actually get the fast break going. Anthony Bennett of UNLV, as in, you never leave Victor Oladipo on the big board for Anthony Bennett. He was pick 2, that's right. And I believe Otto Porter was 3, if I remember. If that was the right draft, I think. And then Giannis was 15. Something like that. So our rotation, it has Hawkes at the very bottom under Zion. I don't know about that. Towns is going to come off the bench. I know I mentioned the possibility of Swigo coming off the bench, but now all of Towns' stats are gone. That's wonderful. Zeller and Lynn. That's tough, dude. That really is tough. Mr. Indiana basketball, Cody Zeller. Sometimes it just don't work out. Sometimes you think you have a good player, and it just doesn't pan out that way. Who's our backup two? Anthony Black. So our backup 5 unit: Towns, Huckes, Mayhop, Black, Flemings. It's not bad. That's at least on par with what we had last year. Now our depth is probably weaker, I would say. Edie, Zion, Jalen Johnson, Connect, Newton. Now Jalen Johnson's still an 80. He got shipped to Calgary last year and scored 9 a game on a bad team, so he kind of looks washed. I have no intention to play Dalton Connect, really. Newton, I don't know if he'll really play at all either. I'm not going to put him in the rotation to start the year. He's only 73. And honestly, I kind of just want us to survive to the playoffs. I'm not even going to have Zion in the rotation to start. Something like that. I want Mayhop to be more of a scorer. We're going to look at tendencies as well a little bit. Set everybody at 32 to start the year. So, and you know what? I'll finally do the Pacers a solid because I'm sure he's still there. Yeah. Kneppel, 49 shot tendency. Let's move that up to like 80. He's going to suddenly average 25 points a game. He's got an A+ 3-pointer and he just doesn't really shoot. Now he's also only a D+ athlete, so that's not great. But 32, I remember like it was just a month ago. Well, if I'm still doing this series in a year, should I just continue doing this? Or should I look to do something else for Mullet Birthday Rebuild next year? Because you can do 80 seasons. We're only up to year 10 and it's been a month. Now, the pace could be quicker than that going forward, but we'll see. Also, I should mention the mock draft is 15 minutes away from premiering. And I'm just now seeing you posted some stuff, so I'm going to look at that real fast. I thought Brandon Aubrey had already been extended, not going to lie. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, Pierce, dude. That's not what you want to see. Oh boy. We should probably draft a receiver at some point in this draft. Oh boy. I mean, we traded Pittman to start the offseason, and as much as I didn't like the shenanigans with the dropping the ball, trading A.D. Mitchell, he was our young developing receiver. So we should probably draft a receiver, and now Pierce is also going to be out. Probably won't play in preseason then. Oh boy. Imagine if the Eagles picked up 75% of their first downs with tush push. And they gave Jalen Hurts MVP for it. That's SGA. True. Not quite 75%, but still. Jalen Duren playoff stats. It was Cade Cunningham's first game back since he got hurt. I did have that thought while I was watching them lose. Oh no. Oh, no. That's not who I expected to see in the meme. Oh no. You don't have to worry about the Cubs. They got another 90 something years before they win again. So far, I already like it more than Falcons franchise. Just way better pacing and more engaging. It's just so much easier to manage the team, and not just because there's less players, just because you can actually do things in this game. And Madden is so restrictive and slow and not fun. Scary to pay someone right before a surgery that sidelines them for 3 months. Even though I don't want to play for the Pistons, I'm glad for Cade to make it back. Yeah, me too. Like, it's a bummer that Luka is out and Reeves and Durant was out for game one. Like, you don't want to see guys hurt in the playoffs. That sucks. And not fun. It's really not. Playing Madden franchise right now for like the past 8 games, it's just gotten progressively worse. Except Tatum. Oh boy. Dame. Seeing Dame on the sideline for the Trailblazers, that's kind of a bummer. I mean, he should be close to being healthy enough to play, right? I doubt they expected him to need to play, right? Something like that. So, all right. Tendencies. Peterson has a 99. I didn't set that at 69. I think it went up a little bit on its own. I'm going to move it up even more. Not a ton. Pepsi's already at 77. I feel like that's fine for Mate. Swigo may hop off the bench, could be even a little more. I'm pretty sure I set it to 67. I'm pretty sure. Anthony Black's only at 41. Get that up a bit. Towns is still going to get shots. I really don't want Hawkes taking that many, but maybe a little more than that. Jalen Johnson, if he gets in the game, I mean, you might as well shoot. Same with Connect. Zion probably shouldn't be shooting that much. Zach Edey, I mean, honestly, it's his game to shoot more than that. So, and then Mikal Newton, once he gets going, we can revisit this, but he's not going to be in the rotation for a while still. So quickly, a roster reset as we head into season 10. Swigo, Towns is back, Edey's back, Pepsi, Hawkes is back, Zion's back, Milicic, Mayhop, Jalen Johnson, Peterson, Black, Connect, Mate, Flemings, Mikal Newton. That is our roster. I like that tendency sliders exist. Makes you feel better adjusting that versus adjusting the shot accuracy. Yeah, I'd much rather mess with tendencies than just make guys better. And before tendencies existed, you kind of had to do that if you wanted them to be, any good. But like it was a legitimate point of talking about Swigo. Like, man, he's such a good 3-point shooter, but he's just not shooting to the point where, I put it up a bit and he shot the ball a little bit more, and it didn't really change his stats all that much. But I feel like he was able to have a bigger impact on the offense. And then he just didn't play well in the playoffs. So it's interesting. I don't know. Feels less cheap. I was on break during the draft. Yes. We ended up taking Newton with our first pick and then traded our second pick for... What did we end up even trading that for? I don't remember. I assume just future pick. Can't see trades. Really? That's a bummer. I think it was for... Did we package it with something? I don't even remember now. My bad. Oh, future Bulls picks? Maybe. Yeah, that seems right. Let's check out our future picks since you mentioned that. We do have a Bulls pick here in 2036, top 5 protected. We have 5 picks in 2035. 3 of them have protections, but again, in 2K, the protections just means they convey to the following year. You don't just lose out on the pick if it goes back. So that's why I don't mind. Again, those Avalanche picks was huge. That was for Maxi. I was being tempted to trade up for a late first round pick. I was trying to move our own pick and or the Slimes pick, and just wasn't able to make it happen. So the player I was interested in, by the way, is it Yuri? Yeah, Yuri Seskov. He's a 73. He got picked up by the Knights. Former roller in the Octi series. I almost said in the real series. My series isn't real enough. Yeah, he was drafted by the Rollers, and he ended up getting taken in the expansion draft the next year. And people have been commenting ever since. Oh man, you shouldn't have let him go in the expansion draft. He's not even like, he's an okay player, but he's a role player. But who knows? Maybe he could have developed into a better player. I don't know. We got a roster set. We got a rotation set. We got 5 minutes till the premiere, though, of the mock draft. I will tell you about right now, too, it's only 15 minutes long. I decided not to yap. I feel like I haven't done too many mocks this year where I did yap, so that's kind of on me, but I didn't really want to make it like a 3-hour long video, so. And by the time I was done editing, PowerPoint itself was running so slow. I mean, I've never seen that slow speed just of PowerPoint. I've never had that problem, but I don't know if I've ever made a PowerPoint that had over 90 slides either, so I don't know. To the point where I mentioned, I don't know if I'm going to continue to do many PowerPoint videos, because one, like, no one does that, which I like doing that because it's different. But also, would I like to sometimes just record myself doing, like, screen record myself doing a mock draft? Yeah, probably. So I might try that next year. Might try some different things. We'll see. But yeah, we got the premiere starts. The countdown starts in 3 minutes, and then that goes for 5 minutes. So we got like 8 minutes. I'm debating if I want to start the season. I think we just wait. If you want to watch it while it's going on, I have the premiere open, so you can flip over to that and watch if you want to while that's going on. And I might actually get some food. I haven't eaten today yet. It's 1:30. You know what else I should do while I'm doing that and watching the premiere? I'm gonna do my Uma Musume dailies. You should create slides in PowerPoint, then save each slide as an image file, and then use another video creator app to render and export. That's an option. There was something. I'll be honest with you. I had the first stream of this series saved, and I had something downloaded and I was editing it, and then I looked at the video quality kind of up close, and it was like, oh, it made it worse. So I scrapped plans of editing this into a like actually watchable series to make for videos. That's what you did? Oh, really? Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I could try that. Something else with PowerPoint when you record is if you are talking when you go to the next slide, it cuts out for like a second or two. I noticed that a while back, and I that's why I pause with every slide transition for like 2 seconds. Yeah, I could try something like that, just so it wouldn't be as difficult. But I also do want to try like just recording myself do a you know draft simulator mock and just post that. I don't think that'd be a bad idea either. So, okay, the premiere countdown is going to start in about a minute. I'm going to go get some food and come back and do my Uma Musume dailies and eat while that's going on. If you want to watch that instead of listen to silence, because I'm going to mute myself. So, oh, you're already over there. All right, I'm going to mute. Well, BRB, if you're watching the VOD back at this point, look at the timestamps, please. I beg, please don't just listen to nothing. And yeah, I'm going to leave it up because I'm going to keep streaming for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably stream till like 4 again. Yeah. All right, I'll be RB. All right, well, that was fun. Shout out Mullet. Shout out Shadow once again, watching my stuff. Appreciate you guys. Welcome back, Mullet. Didn't get Shadow's Bulldog Pepsi in there for the mock draft, unfortunately. Maybe next time. Maybe in my next mock for this year's class that I'm not doing. All right, well, yeah, that was fun to make. It took me nearly 2 weeks from when I started. Um, just how long that one decided to take, I don't know. But I'm glad that is out in the wild. I would take some guys coming in and trashing it. Honestly, I would. I miss the Cardinals guy and the Steelers guy. Some of the guys from my past videos that just absolutely hated the picks. But yeah, I like how that mock turned out. I'm not as high. Honestly, I'm not on. Bleh, let me try again. Honestly, I'm not as high on David Bailey as him going third overall. Now I know I did a mock. Uh, it was either last video or 2 videos ago where I had him going at 2. I think that was the one right after the combine. I think he's still like top 10 range where he'll go. I probably wouldn't take him at 3. Well, in our mock that we did today, I think I took Francis Maui Noah, didn't I, to tackle? I posted that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. And then he took Bailey at 4, so I do think he'll be a high pick. His absolute floor is probably the Chiefs at 9 would be the absolute lowest he would go. So, it's not like, oh, he said he doesn't like David Bailey, he hates him, he's got him as a 5th-round prospect. Like, nothing like that. I mean, I just put him 3rd in my own mock, so. But, it's gonna, dude, I'm so happy it's draft week. It's been so long coming, I feel like, since the championship game, to be honest. It's been so long. And I've done so many mocks. I'm ready for the actual thing. But speaking of being ready, I think we're ready to finally get into this 10th season. So our first game is against the Lakers, who no longer have their best player. Let him walk. As a restricted free agent, let him walk to the Sonics. So the Sonics don't end up with DeMarco Jefferson in this reality, but instead they get Mohamed Deboni. It's not a bad consolation. Who are the best overall players in the league besides Justice at this point, by the way? Wemby's still a 95. Bamba Toure is a 93, first overall pick. He's not a great scorer, and he's really not even putting up amazing rebounding, and he doesn't shoot threes, and he doesn't pass. So I'm not sure how he's a 93, but good for him, I guess. It just goes to show how much tendencies really do affect players. Let me make sure my sound's on. It is? Okay. Make it sure. Cam Williams is a 92. Deboni's a 92. Power forwards. Rosser's a 97. Boozer's up to a 92. He's been doing his thing. He hasn't really shown much improvement, but he hasn't fallen off either. I mean, the 3-point shooting was down a bit last year, but still 23 a game, 8 boards. Evan Mobley's still a 90, still with Cleveland, even if his stats are disappearing. And Paolo's still a 90. Chet's an 89, and then Pepsi's an 88. He's right there as one of the best power forwards in the league. And with an A potential, he's got a chance to get up into this range. Maybe not here, but this range. Marcus Spears, best small forward in the league, paired up with Boozer at a 98. He is very good. Cooper Flag at 95. Rizashay at 91. Nathan Solomon is a 91. 4th overall pick a couple years ago. Debansa's been doing his thing in Washington, and he's very good. And I don't know. Maybe he's a player we look at down the line. Franz Wagner's 33, still a 90. And then Mullet with a potential. It's right there. He could move up into this group after a year. Stefan Joksimovic, Finals MVP 2 years ago now, is a 94. Miles Hayes, a 93. Pick over 2 overall. Pick 6 here. And then Peterson's a 92. Edgecombe's a 91. Anthony Edwards still a 91. Adin Diggs, a 91 for the Pacers. Dylan Harper actually is the Spurs' best player. I said Jefferson was, but if you factor in age, maybe. Alan Henderson's a 91. Bruce Branch is a 90. Braylon Mullins is a 90. Ace Bailey's a 90. Dash Daniels coming off the bench is an 88. LaMelo's an 88 now. And Tony Garma, if you recall, I gave him the final spot on the 3rd team last year just because I didn't think DJ Wagner should be there. And he's a very good player. He was the 3rd overall pick. He's at 40% from 3 for his career. 6'5", 216 from Croatia. Interesting. Then the oh boy, the Thunder have Theodore Farmer, who's a 95. Hiller's a 93. Cade's still a 93. The Thunder have Tafer Penby, who's a 93. Rudolph Boeheim, also on the Pistons. Geesh. Timmy Gilliard was Finals MVP. Alex Paul. We talked about him because we clowned on him a bit. This was a player that we had Cleveland trade up with us, right? Or did we trade up with them, maybe? I don't really remember exactly what that trade was, but Alex Paul ended up getting taken at 4, and he played there for a year, and is gone. So, actually, you know what? Part of his stats are missing, so that's not completely correct, but he was basically a bust, and went to Milwaukee, averaged 8 assists. Now he's 91. Shea, still a 91. This Thunder team has 3 90-plus point guards. And then they still have Arenas, who's an 88 at the 2. They could probably spread some of these guys out because Johnny Furphy's only a 77. They still have Chet at an 89. Not quite as deep as they used to be, but I mean, these guys are incredible. Now, Tafer Penby's only 5'11", 180. But he's got A inside, A plus inside, A plus mid, A plus 3, A plus perimeter defense, A plus playmaking, A plus athleticism. This guy's insane. Tafer Penby out of Turkey. He didn't even play, and then all of a sudden, boom. And then Farmer, honestly, doesn't look, 50% from 3 is pretty impressive. And then Shea still averaging about 20. And all of that, and the Thunder have not been super competitive in this series, I will say. As I'm trying to find, what am I trying to find? History? Here we go. The finals, since the real-life finals that the Thunder won, they have not won the finals. We swept them in the only finals that they've made in this series. Detroit had the 2-peat over Wemby and Ant, and then we got ours. And then Luka left the Pacers to go to the Suns, won 3 in a row, twice against us, and once against Peterson and the Hawks. Philly got one over Minnesota in a sweep. I think they may have had the combination of Tatum and Halliburton at that point, and they got swept. That stuff. Washington beats the Warriors in 5, and then the Warriors lose again to the Pelicans in 6. As Cooper Flag joins the Pelicans in the East. That's tough, man. Here's an interesting thing. The points per game leader per season has actually gone down a bit the last 2 years. Look at Ant. Ant was putting up 37. 37, and then 35 and 35. And then Jokic was still scoring 33 in 2030. That's crazy. It's also kind of crazy not to see Luka up here, because in a lot of sims I feel like he puts up dang near 40 points a game. But he went to a very good Suns team that had Devin Booker, so he didn't have to be putting up 40. And they still had a three-peat. So, all right, all that to say, let's get back into the actual video here. This is the start of Season 10. We've got the roster set. We've got our first opponent here with the Lakers. Let's sim to December and see how we do. Beat the Lakers, Hornets, Raptors. Lose a couple. Bigs for bigs. Again, it's the Lakers trying to make something happen. Sure. You could have just kept your best player, but, you know. Okay, now we've lost a bunch in a row after we won 3 straight. We're still losing. Pepsi has sprained his wrists. It's only day to day, but he can't play through it. You make me adjust my entire roster just for day-to-day injury, man. Come on. If this even goes into a game, I don't know if it will, but Zion 12. We'll take a few off Hawkes and give them to Zion, I guess. People are still trying to trade for Ivy, and he was a free agent and signed with the Nuggets, so I don't understand. The next Ivy proposed trade, unless it's my team, I'm going to just accept it. We got identical 80 overall 2 guards with a second round pick thrown in. Sure. Pepsi's back, so he missed a few games. He's going to be back for the Slimes. Oh, no. It kept simming. I wanted to go look. Oh, it kept simming. He played 1 minute. We lost by 29 this time. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm annoyed by that. Gosh dang it. Black and Hawkes were not good. Peterson only 17. So, okay, we're 7-7. Let's try not to sim any more games. Geno Hunt went up to an 82, by the way. That's a +6. High rollers looking decent. Let's look at our team, because we're 7-7 right now. We're 10th, I think, in the East. Peterson's averaging 16.6. Oh no! In a contract year, making $70+ million. 16.6. Mate's scoring's up slightly. Swego's up slightly as well. Ooh, I like 53% from 3. 19 of 36. Okay, Swego. Keep that up. Mullet's up a tiny bit. 3-point shooting's actually down, and he's averaging a point more per game. I don't mind that right now. It's early in the season. Pepsi only at 12. 28% from 3. Towns at about 10. Mayhap 9. We just don't really have much scoring punch right now, which is awfully concerning. Well, we're going to go to like an 8-man rotation. We just kind of have to if we want to win games right now. So that's just kind of where we're at. Anthony Black, I think his minutes are already gone. He's shooting the ball terribly. And then even like Fleming's 21% from three. Minutes are already gone, dude. The minutes are already gone. And again, it's a long season. These guys will have opportunity to get minutes back. But my goodness. Jaquez really isn't scoring that well. Towns could get a bigger minute load, I would say. And then we've got 34 minutes to go around. That's still 20 minutes to go around. All right, we got a 10-minute stretch if we want to give somebody 10 minutes. Let's just throw Michael Newton out there for 10 minutes for a couple games. See how he does. This is probably a really bad idea and somebody's going to get hurt because they're playing too many minutes, but we beat the Rollers. Michael Newton, 18 points in 18 minutes. Was that his first career game? It sure was against his team in Ockley's series. 18 points. I like that. Oh, it was in overtime, too. We won by 7. Peterson just can't score anymore? What's going on with Peterson? 28% from 3. I don't really get that. Let's get through another little stretch of games here. We went 3-1. Lost to the Warriors, who were in the finals. There you go, Peterson, 34. Much better. 11 of 12 with the free throw line. Okay, Shea. Newton 7 in this one. 3 of 3 from the floor. Mayhap 2 of 12. What are we doing, Mayhap? I want him shooting off the bench, but 2 of 12? 4 of 10 this game's better, I guess. Pepsi 21 shots. Newton did not score, didn't take a shot. Pepsi 21. Newton 6. Mayhap 1 of 9? Did I make a mistake by increasing his tendency slightly? I mean, it wasn't even that much. Kind of looking over the Celtics roster here. Cannon was number 7 before, wasn't he? Doesn't matter. Peterson 28. So he's already raised his scoring back up to 19. Mayhap had a better game. Miletich 4 of 12. Newton, again, 7. Did we just make Newton the backup point? He's only 73, but he's playing a lot better than Flemings was. Or Black. I think we do already. Sorry, Flemings. I know you're an 85. That's why I gave him a team option for second year. So we could trade him. Yeah, let's just keep it going. Let's go through December. Topic and a pick for Demon. I mean, I guess, if you guys really want to. Some of these CPU trades, they're literally just trading to trade. Like, I guess. Towns, sore right hand, you can play through it. Towns is fine. Took him again. Jaquez, dude, Jaquez has had some of the worst injuries in this series. I'm gonna refresh my stream real fast. A high left ankle sprain, 6 to 8 weeks. So now he's lost for up to 2 months, which means Zion is going to take his 10-minute stretch. They want me playing Mayhap 29 minutes a game? I don't think so, dude. That's higher than his 3-point percentage right now. Don't think so. Flemings, if he hadn't shot the ball so terribly bad, would probably still be in the rotation. He shot 37% from 3 last year for Orlando. Just was not happening this year, so took him out the rotation. Do we have it set to be a 9-man? No. There. Peterson, it's up to 21 points. The 3-point shooting is down slightly, so I don't know, man. Mullet's at 14, Pepsi's at 14, Sweego's at 13, Mate is at 15. 8 assists. Keep it going. We scored 89, and then we scored 155. We're losing to Boston. Don't love that. They got a lot of young guys. Don't really like that. Is that Kobe White? They're led by Kobe White, 21 points. Is this solo ball? Yeah. Interesting. Peterson, 29. Triple-double in this game. Lost by 6. How's Zion doing? 4 points. Bad shooting. Mate, 1 of 11. Newton, 1 of 5. I like Newton. He shot the ball pretty well overall. Maybe... Well, Hawkins is still out, though. He's also on a cold streak. We're going to take his minutes back right now. Maybe give him to Zion. He's not shooting well, but I don't want to play my starters any more minutes right now. Maybe you give Jalen Johnson a stretch. Try that. And we should get Hawkins back here soon. A first-round pick and Messiman for Holmes. An 80 overall. The Raptors are still looking for point guards. I feel like they don't need that. They had a kind of young guy. I gave them Darius Garland on top of that. He's now gone, but they drafted a guy. A 2 for a 2 plus a pick. Okay. If you guys think that's fair value, who am I to say no? Donovan Clingan and a first for Cody Williams. I don't know which player is worse. I would say better, but Cody Williams and Clingan both really just aren't scorers. I don't know why you'd be giving up a first. If they think he fits better, I guess. Trailblazers move on from Clingan, who they drafted 11 years prior or whatever. Colomac's been moved around a little bit. Is that Keyshawn George? Okay. I'm being more lenient with the trade offers now. I said I'd accept the next Jaden Ivey trade that comes across too. And we still don't have Hawkes back. That's a bummer. He's really not healthy yet. 2 to 4 weeks still. Anybody out for an extended period of time right now? Bernie Carney, undrafted guy. Chet, spine injury. Ooh, 2 to 4 months. Ace Bailey, torn left meniscus. Maurice Cannon, broken ankle. Fractured leg. Fractured leg is less time than a broken ankle? Well, I don't know when those injuries happened, I guess. YOLO Fro, spine injury, 4 to 6 weeks. Yikes. All right, let's check our stats again. We're up to 4th in the East. We're doing better. I don't really like that Darren Peterson averages 10 rebounds. I like that he can, but I don't really want him to do that. I want Sweego and Pepsi mainly to get the rebounds. Towns is getting 5 a game. Mayop's getting 4. Jalen Johnson is not really doing anything. So, we're kind of lacking in the guard department for minutes. Part of that's Mayhop. I'm going to throw Dalton Connect a little stretch here. See how he does. I'm building our rotation towards the playoffs. Like, I want to see, like, Bennett Sturts scored 10 points for us in an elimination game last year after not playing basically the entire season. I want to see if there's a guy like that where I can throw him in the playoffs late in the season where I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that guy had a nice stretch back earlier in the season. Is that Devin Booker? Just randomly moving him to the Cavs? Nah. Koa Pete in a second for Tariq Whitehead in a first. If you guys really want to. Maxey in a second for Holmes. Keep in mind the Avalanche traded 2 firsts to get him. Now they get a better, probably younger player as well. Sure. To us, by the way, those 2 firsts. Appreciate you, Avalanche. We're sitting 5th in the East. So Portland's really trying to blow things up. Trying to really reset their roster. Dampier, I recall, wasn't too much of a scorer, but neither is Zadvija, so okay. And they already traded Klingon, so now they get a center back. I don't know if that really makes them any better than they were, but okay, sure. I haven't done a really big trade for CPU teams in a while. Maybe it's time I look around. I know I had some notes written down a while back. I don't know how far a while back. I'm scrolling. It's right here. I had some OKC possible trades. The Avalanche were, in fact, bad. Evan Mobley. I even had Cade as a possibility if the Pistons fell off. Well, we're approaching the deadline. And where's standings? The Pelicans again are top of the East. Who's bad in the East? The Magic are really bad. Worse than the Royals. The Hawks are bad now. Oof. The Hawks have completely fallen away. I mean, yeah, it's not a very good looking team, to be honest. Bronny must be hurt right now. His big 8 points a game. I mean, they were still good last year with him, so that's... They had Darren Peterson, they had all the guys I gave them, and none of them are there anymore, so... The Bucks are still really bad. They've got some... I mean, they got Tyler Rose. That's pretty good. 19% from 3 is not very good. Toronto's pretty bad. I mean, the East in general looks pretty bad. But we're in the mix. We're 6th seed right now. In the West, the Nuggets back to the top. The Rollers even above the Slimes right now. You got the Clippers. 6 wins for the Clippers. 6-40. Okay, if the Clippers or the Magic have anybody good, they should probably trade them now. The Clippers have Draven McDaniels. They probably shouldn't trade him. They probably should trade off Brandon Ingram and Jason Tatum, who's retiring. If they could get literally anything for either of those guys, they probably should take it. I mean, Tyrese Proctor wasn't even playing at the end of our bench last 2 years ago. Yeah, last year. Maybe. Okay, the stats are all wonky. And he's their 4th highest rated player. I don't know what they could do. Like, who's trading for these 2 guys? You're just... And, like, why would... I mean, maybe one of the expansion rosters that's not very good still would throw a pick or something just to have some better depth. And they could probably absorb the contracts. Like the Royals here. Could the Royals afford 2 veteran guys? Let's go find out. This isn't exactly the massive trade I was thinking, but it's the Royals and the Clippers. If they can get anything for either of those guys, you might as well. You got 6 wins. And no extra picks. You got your own picks, but no extra. So Ingram and Tatum to the Royals. I mean, heck, I would even trade DJ Wagner back, but I mean, he's just so bad. He's just so bad. 22, Somehow 7.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 2 steals, 35% from the field, 26 from three. He's playing 41 minutes a game because they have no one on the roster. They really just have nobody. If I was them, he's also in a contract year. He's 29. He's actually the most valuable player in this trade. I disagree. I really disagree. I'm not going to give him a first round pick for those guys, but I do think like 2 seconds is fair. They have a future, an extra 2039 second. Now, would Jason Tatum and Brandon Ingram be happy going to Cincinnati? Probably not. This would probably be Cincinnati buying them out, honestly. But the Clippers are just so terrible. It makes no sense for them to keep them. I know the Royals aren't exactly a contender, but they're kind of like how's a contender going to take on that money? Why would they trade for 2 guys in the low 80s? Doesn't really make sense. So this way, the Royals get off Wagner. They get some names to sell tickets and jerseys for a little bit. And there's your trade. Huge league-altering trade. Brandon Ingram, Jason Tatum on the move. Which would be huge in real life, I will say. But yeah, the Clippers are terrible. They are awful. Now, I see some young guys down here, like Cooks, Elliott, McDaniels. I mean, I say young. They're not that young. A.J. Johnson's hurt. Draven McDaniels, at least, is decent. 2030 class was a lottery pick. Then for the Royals, I mean, Brandon Ingram's their highest rated player, dude. And then Tatum's in here. They have not done a very good job building. I know they're a young team, as the Slimes are dealing with some injuries. Justice's scoring is up even more to 45% from 3 now. That's scary. DeMarco Jefferson hasn't really taken a jump. That's a little surprising. 59, almost 60% from the field, though. I do want to do like an actual big trade because it's been a while. I feel like the Rollers could be a team buying. And I have mentioned Evan Mobley. The Cavs, they're 7, 8 games out of 10th. Maybe it's time to trade Evan Mobley. Is it time to explore an Evan Mobley to the... What did I just say? Seriously, what did I say? Rollers. I forgot. All right. Let's see what the Rollers have going on. Excuse me. Oh, High Rollers. I mean, they've got Gaskins. Yeah, they kind of don't need him, do they? What about Denver? I know they've got Paolo. Yeah, Houston's up to an 85. Is there a good team that could use Evan Mobley? The Slimes. They're starting LaMichael Battle right now at the 4. He's just their starting 4. They don't have a 4 except for LaMichael Battle. That would make a lot of sense. Evan Mobley on the Slimes. They kind of need a point guard too, but let's see if we can make that happen for them. The Slimes, they've been competitive. They made the Western Finals last year. Time to go make a swing. I feel like that's fair. Cavs and Slimes. No, not Trade Finder, although there was Mobley right there. He's only making 30 mil only. I mean, it's not like 75 like some people. And then Slimes. Where are they, like, salary cap-wise? Ooh, they'd have to pretty much match the salary, unfortunately. Can they do that? Yeah, we'll give you justice. No. They could trade Hugo. He's not exactly the best shooter for them. They've got Ace Bailey. They've got Isaiah Hamilton. Hugo. They still have to make up about $6 million. Can do that. Sinan Juan. He's their backup center. He's the only other center they have on the roster. If they trade him, can they get a center back? No, not really. They could get Fidel Rivera. Okay. As punishment for getting Evan Mobley, you have to take on Fidel Rivera. So it's going to be these two. How many firsts, do you think? Because Evan Mobley at this point is 33. He's still averaging about 17 and 9 with 5 assists. Thinking back to all the trades I've made, I want to say Halliburton was 3 firsts. I feel like that's kind of on par with this. I'm thinking 3 firsts. And it's a lot to give up for a 33-year-old, but when you think this could be the missing piece to your possible championship, if Hugo was like 22, I probably wouldn't do it, but it's 26. Juan's 27. I'm surprised he plays 23 minutes a game. Why does he play so much? I guess because Justice plays the point sometimes. I'm thinking 3 firsts. I know it's a massive trade, but you're the Slimes. They have the picks they can trade. It's their 3 future firsts. It is a lot. Evan Mobley's still very good. He's still a 90 overall. He's still playing well. Almost 5 assists, block and a half. Not the greatest shooter. Still averages 17, 9. I think this is a fair trade. Did I consider... Yeah, the Cavs are like 12th in the East, right? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Evan Mobley joins Justice with the Slimes. First actual big trade. This one doesn't really count. Anything else we want to do? I mean, I was looking at the rollers for Mobley. Is there anything the rollers should do? They've got Geno Hunt. They don't need a guard. They could use a better center. They've had Keontae's here for a while. A long while. Did they draft him? No, not quite. not quite that long. He's only 28 still. Miko Hardaway's here. Mara. They're paying these guys decent money, too. I mean, Koulibaly's 30. He's on a 5-year deal. They gave him a 5-year extension. They should be starting... Oh, not. If they're not. Doesn't look like they are. Could they get a small forward? Is there a small forward available that's really good on a bad team? CJ Rosser. Cooper Flag. No. No, not Cooper Flag. What about Edgecombe? He's not 3, but ooh, Rizichet. The Hawks have completely fallen apart. Rizichet to the Rollers. He's 29. He's only a C+ athlete, but he's A+ perimeter defense, A- play make, A+ 3-point. Former number 1 overall pick could be on the move. Rizichet and the Rollers. Let's look into it. Rizashay, High Rollers. I don't want to trade Koulibaly, but they do have 3 centers here. We don't need all 3 of these guys. They're all playing pretty decent. I would probably pick to trade Mara. He's the oldest. Alright, sorry for leaving again. I don't even know if we can make the money work, though, is the thing. They gotta put in 30 million more. It would basically have to be Koulibaly. Would that be worth it? Probably. Their efficiency is about the same. Koulibaly would be worth, I think. Throw in Mara for the Hawks, who don't really have a... Well, I mean, maybe they wouldn't want Mara. Is there anybody else they would want? I mean, I'm sure they'd want one of these guys, but I wouldn't trade them. You've got a young point guard here that you're not really using. Was the 21st pick. I would say these 2 guys and A first would probably be enough to get it done. Maybe throw in a second. Because Koulibaly, I mean, he's 1 year older. He's averaging 4.3 assists as opposed to 2.3. 3-point shooting for Rizashay is 39. For Koulibaly, 38. They're kind of similar. Just Koulibaly doesn't shoot the same volume of shots. I think the Rollers could be looking for another score to go with. I mean, Archie Best is at 13, Gaskins at 17. Seems like they need scoring, so to go with Geno Hunt, who's awesome. 22.5 and 10 assists. He's up to 38% from three. I mean, he was 37 last year, is that right? About 40 from the floor up to 45. He's going to be a beast, just like the other series. I think this trade makes sense. The Hawks are terrible. They get a future first. They get a possible young player that could develop for them. He's shooting 18% from three. He's bad right now, so I think this one makes sense. Let's do it. Zachary Ricochet on the move to the High Rollers. Now, I think that's the end of the trades I'll do. That's three pretty big ones. One real big one, one kind of big one, and one, not so much. There's also us. Do we want to make any trades? Our depth hasn't exactly been great for a while now. One real big one, one kind of big one, and one. One that just kind of was. Okay, that's our G League team. That's not what I wanted to click on. Peterson's awesome. Pepsi, Mullet, Mate, Swigo, Towns. I kind of see everyone else is up in the air right now, even Mayhop. 32% from three has been going down for 5 years. It might be time. It might be past time. He's on a good contract for what he is. It's just he doesn't score as much as I want him to. So when it loads, we can look for some potential trade offers. There we go. Lombardi. Not going to lie, that's not bad. I don't really want to trade Towns right now, but I'd have to think about that one. 30-year-old Buzelas, 9.5 points. Moses Moody hanging around. His stats are gone. Yusufu. Derek Queen. 85 overall Derek Queen. He's only averaging 10 and 8. Klingon. There's nothing I'm seeing that sticks out at the moment. The only thing that did partially was the idea of getting Lombardi, who's bounced around from a second-round pick. I don't want to trade, as silly as it might sound, because he's 39. I don't really want to trade Towns right now. Would I trade Mayhop for Lombardi straight up? He's already 25 as well. He's not much younger than Mayhop. I guess we keep Mayhop. We could look to trade Flemings now as opposed to after the season. If it loads. The loading speed is drastically reduced. I might have to back out and go back in, see if that works. Again, they want Cat. Abando is just the second overall pick. He has not played in a game. He's played in one game. He played 1 minute in one game this year. Other than the money, This is a really good trade for us. This was the number 2 pick in the draft, even if he's a bust. Tall, 7'7", 19, 7'7", 77 overall. Sorry, 7'1". I feel like it's unrealistic because why would they be trading that for a 39-year-old backup center and a guy who got benched shooting 21% from the field? Now, that didn't stop me from trading Maxey for 2 firsts. I also don't really care for Ruben Prey here. He's 7'2", 230. I don't really need that. I don't really know why they would do that, and I don't know. I don't really think I want to do that. Sometimes you gotta take advantage of the stupid CPU, but just swap backup point guards. Klingon and Mark Williams for Towns and no. Dadier, no. Dampier, who was already traded this year once. We had Topic for maybe 2 years. Yeah, he was all right. Not great. So yeah, I mean the best offer probably is this. They value Prey higher than Towns, so I'm not really even sure why they want Towns. If I do this trade, Abando's still not going to be in my rotation. That is to say, if I took off Towns and Prey. If I did Fleming's for Abando, who's my third center right now? It's not Zach Edey again, is it? It is, isn't it? I could trade Zach Edey, I suppose. I could see if they just want Zach Edey instead of Cat. Oh, was it was it to make the money work? Well, I could give them Edey if they want to give me a Bando. I don't expect that I can get a pick as well, but if I can, they'll take Zion and they'll give me Prey. I mean, Prey's 29. We might trade him. They'll do this. They'll give me the number 2 pick in this draft and a first. Okay. You know what? Sure. Let's do it. We've acquired that young center I wanted. Not him specifically, because I didn't think that would be realistic, but we have acquired another center option for the future. I don't know if he'll even be here after this year, because he's making $20 million, and that's a lot of money. Zion goes to Chicago. We get Prey, who's averaging 7 and 6. He could step in right now and play for Pacos instead. Face of the franchise, enjoy the bench. Yeah, number 55. Let me introduce you to Ariel Hookporty. We did trade Fleming's our backup point guard. So we also trade Anthony Black? I mean, he's been bad as well. Oh boy, here we go. Here comes the loading time. Here we go. Let me do those Usme dailies while we're waiting. No. So now what are we really looking for? I mean, a point guard or just a replacement for Black, basically. 25-year-old, 82 overall power forward. He's averaging 14, 4.5, and 5. He's shooting terribly, though. St. Supri. He was on... Yeah, he's been the point guard of the Nets who swept us. They want to give him us for Black and Connect. Another 7-foot power forward, Druzic. Could trade him. And we'd be trading Connect in that one. We could get Braden Burries back, but we have to trade Towns. Cameron Carr in a first. That's kind of what I want. A swap and get a pick. And he's shooting the ball way better than Anthony Black is this year. Let's do that one, I think. Make sure there's nothing else crazy. Yeah, let's do that. Cameron Carr. It's been bouncing around a little bit. And then we still need a point guard. Is there anybody in free agency worth looking at? Of course there is. There's an 81. G League guy. He's got A+ 3-point, B+ perimeter defense, and A- playmaking. He's a beast. Of course he is. He wants no money. Of course he does. Savo Drezgic. Yeah, just a minimum. Just 1 year. Okay, so the team is looking a little different. Not too drastically, but a little different. Thought about trading Mayhop, and that evolved into trading all of our depth instead. So, just to throw his name out there, we did trade Bryce James to the Hawks, who is no longer on the Hawks. Whatever happened to Bryce James? Because Bronny's still there. I have Cameron Carr in my new one. Started one with Cincinnati. Right on. I was going to look for Bryce. That's what I was going to do. Forgot my train of thought. I have my Bulls one that I'm doing here and there off stream. Oh, the Hornets. Did I look at the Hawks? He's actually playing. He's not shooting well from the floor. He doesn't shoot a lot of threes. Well, we'll let Bryce stay there. He could stay. I don't know about you. I don't really like having a guy be number 0 and another guy be number 0-0 on the team. Like, just be 5, Cameron Carr's 35 is... You're not Kevin Durant, bro. Be 2. $18 feels like a random G League guy from Serbia that just came over to the team. He'd be number 18. All right, we made a lot of moves. Let's set the rotation and get back into it. Yes, that's our starting 5. I got to redo the bench. Towns. Who's our backup for? Right now it's Prey. Mayhop. Carr. Bro's tired from playing in the G League. He hasn't played an NBA game in his entire career, and he's tired. Good boy. All right, Bando, Hawkes, Johnson, Connect, Newton. Newton, we'll give him more opportunity next year. I like how he's played this year for us, but I don't really want him out there right now. And I don't know what to say about Bando. I don't know what to say about him. Could he become minimum Mitchell Robinson? Maybe, but is that worth $20 million a year while he's developing? I don't know. Probably not. But he's here now, so yay. Alright, Towns at 20, Prey can do it at 10. Mayhop. I don't really want a guy playing 20 minutes a game. It's only scoring 9 points. Just do like 16. You could abandon him next offseason. I could. I might. Especially after that, I think I probably should. Carr, probably about the same as Mayop. And then this dude, I have no idea what to expect from him, so I guess 12 is fine. Give him a quarter. And then we've got 20 minutes, so let's get everybody back to 32. Let's get Peterson to 36. And give the final 2 to Mate. Alright, let's get back to Simmon. We'll get through the trade deadline. I do want to see if there's anybody we can extend, and if we should. Can't extend Peterson, which stinks. We can do Swigo and Mate right now, but we don't need to because they have another year left on their deal. Those contracts are reasonable. And you got Mullet down here who wanted like 50. Let's go through contract deadline into March. See where we're at. Yes, the speed has disappeared. Let's see, an 84 point guard in a first for an 81 small forward in a first. It's between 2 expansion teams, I guess, bro. Collier in a second for Reed in a second, I guess, bro. Is that Jordan Walsh and a first for Dragovic and a second? Dragovic. Must be a young guy. Okay, whatever. Alright. That one seems bad, but you know what? Alright, sure. Go for it, man. You do you. Peterson, 2 to 4 weeks. He can play through it. Jaquez is back, though. So, how's Prey been doing? And an 8-point game. That's kind of it. Alright. Prey, thanks for filling in, dude. We're going to give Jaquez the minutes. Probably take some minutes off these guys and ugh. Maybe we just maybe we just do go to Newton as the backup point guard. He's not going to play a ton of minutes, like even like 8. Five boards, 6.5 assists, steal and a half. 7.5 boards, 4.5 assists, steal and a half. We're going to split these final 2 minutes. I don't usually do odd minutes because I maybe have ADHD. I don't know. You don't know why that is. I do that. But okay, Darren Peterson, 1 to 2 weeks only, which isn't bad. Pulled left calf muscle. So we're going to have to edit this ourselves. And who the heck are we going to start? Michael Newton? I mean, should it not be Michael Newton? Does anyone have anything to say against starting Michael Newton right now over anybody else on the team? I mean, maybe actually Dalton Connect. Very, very limited volume shooting this year, but he might actually kind of fit in with the lineup we have a little better. Honestly, yeah. Sorry, dude. Keep playing your 8 minutes. Mayhop's cold. This might be the end of Mayhop being here too, dude. 8 points, 3 boards, and an assist for his career in almost 600 games. Carr Carr's closer to 10 a game, but he's playing 21.5 minutes. He's kind of the same player. We have really nothing off the bench. I'm not playing Dalton Connect 36 minutes. Are you crazy? Should we try Jalen Johnson again? Tried him earlier in the season. We could just give a Bando a stretch. Towns can play the 4, so his minutes can be at the 4. Hawkes can play the 3. Yeah, let's give a Bando 6 minutes, just because why not at this point? Well, to say why not is because we're 6th in the East. We're fighting for playoff position, but Peterson's healthy. Dalton Connect in those games. Way better than I expected. 3 19-plus point games. Guess that's Dalton Connect for you. Oh, Peterson is still hurt. Don't know if I love playing him heavy minutes when he's got an injury tag. At least Carr can make shots. Like, Mayhop's just not making shots even. Let's get Connect in his spot for now. Mayhop is officially being benched out of the rotation. And then a Bando. Did I say 0.8 points? Scored 5 points in these last 4 games. I get it's not a ton of minutes to get in a rhythm, so that could be part of it, but we're going to take those 6 minutes back and give them to these guys. Newton, about the same as it was. It's sad to have an 85 overall being benched for 0 minutes, but he's just not playing well. I don't know. Thankfully, Peterson's fully healthy by the time we get to our next game. And then he gets a shin splint. Oh boy. The Peterson injuries are kind of adding up, I feel. He's still so good. Unfortunately, there's a but to that statement. He's fully healthy again. We're battling between 4th and 7th in the East, so we're right there. Beckham Black wins NBA Cup MVP. We're putting together some wins. Beat the Slimes by 17. Held the Slimes to 81 points. Why does it do this, dude? Why is that? It doesn't make sense. Looking to finish the same as last year. It's going to be right in that range. As Justice is going to average the same stats in that range for 20 years. That's scary. We'll check on his triple-double progress after the season's over here soon. Probably his second. We're almost to the end of the season, so I don't want to look at stats in depth right now, but I just want to kind of glance and see. The only guy that really stood out in a short amount of time was Connect, honestly. Which I don't know if I really expected that. I think it is time to cut Newton out. Unfortunately. And it probably is time we should put Mayhop back in over Connect. Even like 10 minutes a game. It's goofy. NA. We don't even know what team he played for. Thanks a lot, 2K. All right, Peterson. Take us into the playoffs, dude. Stay healthy. Man, pair of losses. It's bad. Did we end up fourth, I think? Justice is going to win MVP basically every year with those rebounds and assist numbers, as well as 4.5 stocks, as well as 45% from three. Drake Moreland wins Rookie of the Year. Baba Oladoton wins Sixth Man. Most Improved, Micah Steiner. Gosh, dude. Hey, look, it's Kevin Durant. 18 points, 17 rebounds, 5.5 assists, steal, and 2.5 blocks. Kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, Wemby's on the Bulls. 27-14, still doing his thing. Clutch Player of the Year. Pelicans coach, thanks to having Cooper Flagg, wins Coach of the Year. And Dylan Shaw, thanks to having Cooper Flagg, wins Executive of the Year. Which I guess, in fairness, he convinced him to come to the Pelicans. So, Micah Steiner, All-NBA first team, 18th overall pick, shot 16% from three. I'm sorry, I like Micah Steiner from the series, but can't have that. Just can't do it. I mean, Cameron Williams exists. Getting him on the first team probably shouldn't be the case when he was voted behind these guys on the second and third teams, but I also don't really care. Hey, look, it's Gary Payton. This is why the game needs the ability to set custom jersey retirements. So if I import Seattle, Kevin Durant and Gary Payton can be there. Geno Hunt, by the way, for the Rollers, already in year 2 at 10 assists a game, All-NBA. That's pretty good. Yeah, that front court for the Slimes of Justice and Mobley is going to be tough to score on. Rookie team, Moreland, Billings, Bennett, Precocious. Yeah. All right, the plan. Seattle's in the plan. Seattle with an opportunity to make the playoffs for the very first time. They have to go up against the Thunder in the plan. Are you kidding me? Jeez. The Rollers have made it again. The Slimes are the 2 seed again. And then in the East, you still have no expansion team. Brooklyn, though, the 9 seed, they have a chance. They have to beat the Pacers and then the loser of Detroit, Washington. We get the Bulls. So we have to play against Wemby. Now, they don't have the greatest looking roster. We did give them Flemings, who maybe figured out how to shoot again, unfortunately. Caden Zach. This could be a tough team, dude. Oh, boy. Well, let's get through the play-in. Seattle does beat OKC, and they beat the Spurs. Seattle's made the playoffs. First time in new Sonics history. Now they have to take on Denver. But this little squad here, after the Lakers decided, we don't really need our number 1 overall pick. Nah, just let them go for nothing. They have made it into the playoffs as the 8 seed. Congrats to the Sonics. In the East, it's the Western Conference Pelicans, number 1 seed, over the Pistons. So the Wizards actually beat the Pistons to get to 7, and then Brooklyn beat the Pacers with John Morant. Forgot about that. Beat the Pacers, but then lost to Detroit. That's tough. So Detroit will play the Pelicans. Wizards get the Nets. Maybe it's DeBance's time to shine. All right. Now we got to figure out how to game plan for Wemby. And he's not even the best player on his team, because Garm is a 96. I'd say we're in a little bit of trouble. Now, last year was a tough series and we got swept. I really didn't think it looked that bad on paper. Right now, I think it looks that bad on paper. I think we're by far the underdog in this series. We need Peterson to go absolutely crazy. He has to play like the entire games. And honestly, so does Pepsi, and honestly, so does Mullet, and Mate, and Swigo. So we gotta find a way to tighten up the rotation a little bit. I don't mind running the 9-man rotation, but like, Mayhop, we put him back in toward the end of the season there. Maybe 8 minutes. Carr, maybe like 14. Jaquez, gotta be less, maybe like a quarter. Towns, I'm good with Towns playing. He can play half the game probably once. But Peterson, he's already playing 44 at that point. Let's give Mate 2 extra and split these. All right. Very tough looking Bulls team. We are the home team with the better record, so let's see what happens in game 1. We do win, so it's not a sweep. Pepsi with 27. Peterson a triple-double at 20 points. We win it by 7. Wimby 31 and 17. Buzella's not good. Garma, 1 of 7, 96 overall Garma. We held him to 4 points. Mate held him to 4 points. Are you kidding? A defensive masterclass, apparently, from Mate Kiachvili, who had 22 and 14, by the way, on him. Jeez, dude. Can we duplicate that? Because if we can, we might actually have a chance, and we do win. I didn't think we had... Peterson, 20 rebounds. I know he's playing 43 minutes, but 20 rebounds? Oh my gosh. And of course, Mayup played 9 minutes and didn't score. Garma 30 in this one. Wimby just 14. We won by 21. Buzella's 2. All right, game 3. We win. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect this at all. Didn't expect it at all. Pepsi 23. We're getting the bench in for a little bit. I like that. Swigo 13 boards this game. Peterson. Oh, I don't love that. I don't like that at all. Oh gosh, I don't like that very much. Oh gosh. Severe right ankle sprain. He's out. He can't play for 4 to 6 weeks. Oh man. I can see that the New York headlines now. Peterson, another injury. He's soft. He's made of glass. Blah blah blah. I can read it now. That is really tough, dude. He was averaging 22, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists with 2 steals. 59% from the field. How do we replace that? Who do we replace that in the lineup with? Mayhop? Carr? Gosh, Mayhop stinks, dude. I guess Carr. It's either Carr or we go really big with Towns. We might have to just go really big with Towns and trust the young guy to play backup center. I bet you didn't expect to see Towns starting at power forward in this series, did you? Yeah, dude, it's going to be a Bando. A Bando, Jaquez, Mayhop, Carr. This guy hasn't even played in the playoff. Dude shot, 38% from 3 is not terrible. I'm like trying to invent a way where Michael Newton is important in the playoffs, and I know we're up 3-0, but I don't think he can be the backup point guard. Not when we have a dude that's an 81 in Drezgic. He's not even going to barely play anyway. He's going to play like 8 minutes. Carr 14, Mayhop maybe 10, Hawkes 12's fine. Abando, can you give me 10 solid minutes, dude? I know the center minutes look like they're way over, but a lot of that is because Towns is playing 30 minutes. Oh my gosh, dude. The minutes on these guys is crazy. Towns at 39's playing dang near. Okay, well, 34. I was going to say dang near 40 minutes. Oh boy. Please, nobody else get hurt. And please finish off this series. Let's just sim through. We lose. By 28 points. Oh boy. Wimby 45 and 18. Pepsi's been our leading scorer. Well, I mean, he's been up there with Peterson, but now he has to be the leading scorer. Towns had 8 on 2 of 14. Oh. Abanda 4 and 5. Please win. Oh gosh. Carr 18 in 15 minutes. Towns played better. Oh, 6 of 21. All right, Towns can't start. Towns, love him. He'll maybe be a Hall of Famer in this series and maybe have his jersey retired in the series. He can't be playing 34 minutes a game if he's going to shoot like that. Just absolutely just can't. Just can't. We're going to look at Jalen Johnson getting some minutes over Bando. Drezgic's minutes are also going to go away. Oh, man. Peterson, dude. Why do you have to get hurt all the time? Towns get back to 20 minutes. I really don't want to play Hawkins that much, but oh, gosh. Please don't go 7 after being up 3-0. Oh my gosh. Oh, Miletich is going to be out for the season. Torn left elbow ligament in game 6. Mullet, I don't know if you're still here paying attention to this, but this is going about as awful as it could. Oh no. What the heck do we do now? Are we starting Mayhop? I guess we're going to start Carr. Connect. Get some minutes and get game 7. That's the exact situation I mentioned before. I wanted to play guys during the season where I could see if I could count on them in the playoffs if I needed to. I need something from Mayhop, dude. I absolutely need something from Mayhop. We got to get connect minutes out of necessity, basically. This could be Karl Anthony Towns' final game. Carr's going to play a little more. Man. What has happened to our team, dude? Decimated. Look at Pepsi, 20 points a game. In the playoffs, Mate 17 and 9, 49% from 3. We can't get past the Bulls, and now I have to simcast because it's an important game. They're all important, but you know what I mean. Oh, geez, dude. Here we go. Simcast. This would be even more devastating than last year's sweep. We get off to a really hot start. That's really good. That's a really good start. Keep that up, please. Oh, we're keeping it up. They're coming back a little bit. They're not coming back enough. Whew. We're going to win it 131 to 116. Card 23. We advance. Thank the Lord above. Whew. And now we have to play Cooper Flag. Still no Peterson. Mullet's done. Oh, man. Unreal, dude. Still 4 to 6 weeks. That has not changed through 4 games. Still 4 to 6 weeks. Hasn't come down yet. 2 upsets in the East. The Sixers beat the Heat in 7. The Wizards beat the Nets in 6. No upsets in the West. Um, anyway, what was I saying? We had a couple sweeps and 2 series in 5 in the West, and then the East. 1 sweep, the 8 seed. Man, the Pistons signing Kevin Durant absolutely set them back into nothingness. They have been so bad, and they got into the playoffs through the play-in. They have wasted Cade Cunningham's career. Really, they won a two-peat, which is awesome. He'll be a Pistons legend forever, which is great. They then decided to let Asura Thompson go and bring in Kevin Durant, and he was terrible, and they've been bad ever since. Bad move. Now, we might get obliterated by the Pelicans here, so I'm not trying to, I'm only insulting the Pistons organization, not, the Pelicans here. I think we keep the same rotation, as bad as it looks right now. Abando in this couple games, by the way, 37% from the floor. I don't know if he's going to make it next year, but let's see if we can beat Cooper Flagg, the man that we tried to trade for forever, that we tried to sign for agency, puts up 34 on us. Carr's our leading scorer at 18. This was a bad game right here. Connect had 13. Mayap 11. 4 of 11 shooting. Are we starting Connect? I kind of like having Carr in the lineup, but I kind of don't like having Hawkes. I think we're starting Connect. Jalen Johnson's not doing a ton. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh gosh, who do we? I think we don't move anybody up. We take his minutes off. We go with an 8-man rotation. We're still playing Hawkes 20 minutes a game. Stick that down to 16. Give them all to Connect. And Carr. Oh my gosh. Give some Oswego to Pepsi. Game 2, we lose. Okay, we're losing on the road. That's expected. Now we lost by 42, so that's a bummer. Nate had 29. Nobody else really of note did anything. We don't have enough. I can tell you that right now. Unless Cooper Flagg gets hurt, we don't have enough to win the series. Which is why I wanted a player like Cooper Flagg. And if I couldn't get Cooper Flagg, I wanted a player like Darian Peterson. And he's hurt. 2 to 4 weeks still. We have to get through this series to even have a chance of him coming back. Mullet's gone. There's just nothing I can do, dude. We can just cross our fingers and hope we win. That's about it. If I look at the matchup, Cooper Flagg's playing small forward. Let me make sure I get Pepsi back on Cooper. And then maybe we do start Towns. We don't have Zion that could play center. It would just be Abando or Prey. I haven't even played Prey in these playoffs. He's a little bit bigger. It doesn't matter, really. But maybe he gets some minutes. Mayhap's actually on a hot streak somehow. They're obviously not going to play that many minutes. Oh, this is bad, dude. This is really, really bad. Oh. Game 3. We lose. There's just nothing I can do, man. Mate put up 34. Oswego 20. Pepsi 2 of 10 against Cooper Flagg. We can't do anything against Cooper Flagg. He had 32 and 8, 3 steals. We need someone that can play as good of defense on him as Pepsi, but for Pepsi to not have to be matched up on him. We need point Pepsi, to be honest. And then Mate can play the 2. Is that possible? Who's going to play against? It's going to be Mayhop. Mayhop, I need the game of your life right now. You are going to be against Cooper Flag in this elimination game, as I've been dogging on you about all year. He's shooting 46% from three in the playoffs, only 58 from the free throw line somehow. Point Pepsi, Made at the 2, Mayhop at the 3. Towns is starting again, somehow, magically. And then Swigo. And then our bench is this, except it needs to be tightened up. We got to take Drezgic's minutes. Carr's got to play a ton. Connect 20's fine. Huckus 14's fine. Prey is not going to play. We got 16 minutes to go around. They are all going to Mayhop. I need you, dude. I need the defensive game of your entire lifetime. And I'm going to need a few of them because we're down 3-0. Let's simcast. Will we even have a chance to survive in this series? It's not looking good out the gate. It's really not looking good out the gate. At least we won a series, boys. The New York Knicks, once again, have been eliminated 111-95 in a sweep by Cooper Flag. Swigo 22-10. Pepsi a triple-double. Mayhop 0 of 10. He's gone. Mayhop has to be gone, dude. I mean, I'm thinking of Andre Roberson right now. Mayhop 0 of 10. He's gone. You just have to get gone when you go 0 of 10 in an elimination game. I asked for the defensive game of his life. I didn't mean score 0 points. Now, Cooper Flag at least only had 18. He didn't have 30 plus. But the man scored 2 points in 32 minutes, and he had 5 fouls. Carr fouls out in 30 minutes. Man. I'm down to keep Swigo, Mate, Pepsi. I still think Peterson and Mullet. And I think everything else has to be retooled. Everything else. And we have a lot of picks. So we can do it if we want. But my goodness, dude. Just, and I know injuries were really tough there, and that sucks. But man, that was a terrible, terrible, terrible series. We lost by 20, 42, what is that, 24, and 16. Not even a single game that was remotely close, dude. So in the East, it's going to be the Pelicans going up against the Sixers. Eamon Thompson starting there for them. In the West, it's two of our expansion teams. They've both made it. The Slimes, who acquired Evan Mobley, and the Rollers, who acquired Zachary Rizichet. That's pretty cool. I like that. I don't know if I've mentioned Archie Best. He's only averaging 12 points. But 8 boards, 4.5 assists. He's an 88. Geno Hunt's up to an 82, doing his thing. I don't know if it's going to be enough to beat the Slimes. We could be looking at a possible Slimes beginning of a dynasty if they can get there. We'll see. It could also be the start of Cooper Flag's dynasty, even at 28 years old. So let's see how this round goes. It's going to be the Slimes and the Sixers. Slimes sweep the Rollers, dude. That's tough. That really is tough. Rizichet played decent. Justice taking it up maybe a half a notch in the playoffs. And then the Sixers in 7 games beat the Pelicans. Man. So let's see who finishes it off. Is it going to be the first expansion team or the Sixers who have a championship in this series, right? Double check on that. Yeah, they beat the Timberwolves a few years ago. There was one other thing I wanted to check. It was where Justice ranks for triple doubles. He is up to third. He passed. I think did he pass Magic this year as well as Oscar? Maybe, I'm not sure. He'll definitely pass Russell unless he gets hurt. Give him 2 years, he'll be up here with Jokic. And he's only what 20? Is he even 20? He's like 21 maybe. He's 22. Okay. Well, still, he's got 15 more years. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's see who wins the finals. Sixers take game one. Slime's tied up at 2. Sixers take 3. Sixers take 4. Slimes can't force a game 7. The Philadelphia 76ers have won 2 of the last, 4 championships. VJ Edgecombe with the finals MVP. Not what I was expecting from this playoffs, I'll be honest. And man, we fought so hard to beat this Bulls team after being up 3-0 and having devastating injury after devastating injury. Just awful, awful luck. And Carr got hurt there with a inner ear infection. So sick, I guess. But yeah, dude. I mean, what a absolutely brutal way to end the season. And we have a lot of questions because Peterson's a free agent to be, for one. Couldn't re-sign him during the season. I want to keep my starters together, but other than that, Mayhop 0 of 10 in our elimination game is unacceptable. Can't be back. I liked him. We've had him for a long time since I drafted him. If I scroll back up here real fast, I have my draft history. Here it is. So in 2026, the first real draft, we drafted Swigo at 32, Bryce James at 58. He's been traded. In 2027, we drafted Mayhop at 35. He has to be gone. 2028, we drafted Mate at 16. Then 29, 30, and 31, we didn't draft anybody. 2031, we drafted Miletich and Pepsi. 32 and 33, we didn't draft anybody. We did just draft somebody this year. It was Michael Newton. So the draft has not been too much of a priority in this rebuild, other than the year we got Miletich and Pepsi. Now I'm worried because Peterson, Mullet might regress. Swigo has already regressed. He might continue to regress. I'd like to see Mate still develop a little bit more. Closer to a 90 would be nice. Would be really nice. Maybe he becomes our number 2 scoring option, even over Pepsi, it seems like, is number 2 right now. I don't know, man. I'm excited to get into this offseason. I'm probably going to stop. Well, let's see, it's 3:30. I don't know. Well, let's just get into it. Retirements, Cat does go out. Unfortunate ending, but possible Hall of Famer. Should retire his jersey, I would say. De'Aaron Fox, Jason Tatum. He's not a 74. He got hurt. That's why that is. Trae Young, I had him come back for one more year, and he averaged 15 and 5. I think that was worth. Kobe White, Darius Garland. I mean, he's 35. He's still got 2 years on his deal, but I kind of feel like he should come back too. I'm going to have him come back. Isaiah Stewart. Surprised he lasted this long a little bit. Surprised he wasn't banned from the league for fighting. Connect at 34. I mean, I guess. I mean, he was kind of balling there for a little bit last season at times, but John Morant, kind of the same deal. He's still putting up pretty good numbers. He's still got 2 years on his deal. Let's have him come back. Oh man, Patrick Williams. Don't retire Patrick Williams. I think there's active IRL Bulls fans that wish Patrick Williams would retire. Staff retirements. Mike Brown is retired. Now, it's interesting to see Mike Brown listed as the Knicks head coach because he isn't. It's been Darvin Ham. Why are we seeing Mike Brown with the Knicks as the head coach? I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Maybe that I know he coached somewhere else because somebody else hired him. But I don't know. I don't know why he's listed as our head coach. Speaking of which, we're going to have to find one of those. As both, yes, Jason Tatum and Karl-Anthony Towns do make the Hall of Fame. Good for them. Jersey retirements, Tatum. I mean, would Minnesota really retire Towns 32? I don't know. I know he played there 10 years, but I don't know about that. But we do retire the 32 for him. I like that. Both him and Brunson got their numbers retired. Now, I saw us in the lottery. We have the fourth best odds with the Calgary pick that we got for Tyrese Maxey. That's really nice. We also have 13 from Portland. All right, let's go through the lottery here. This should be the Knights, and it is. This should be the Spurs, and it is. Please have our second pick jump up. That'd be awesome. Pacers, yep. Thunder, yep. Hornets, yep. It would also be alright if, like, nobody jumped up. Lakers, yep. Grizzlies. No, the Grizzlies are moving up from 14th. Sheesh. Rockets. No, they're moving up from 13. Man, that's not even fair at this point. Abolish the lottery, dude. We're getting two good teams. TOO. Two good teams moving up. Raptors, Cavs, Kings all stay put. Mavs, stay put. Bucks will probably move up. Nope. That was purely just a guess. Celtics. Nope. Avalanche. This is ours, right? Oh, it goes to the Royals. I don't know. Magic. I don't even know if the cards are accurate at this point, what they're showing me. I don't know. Hawks. I haven't seen either of our picks. Am I crazy? Don't we have two picks? Excuse me. We're not going to have 1 and 2, right? I mean, I'm seeing the Magic. What happened to our two picks? Did they revert back? Because they're not... We got the number 1 pick. I don't know what's going on, dude. We got the number 1 pick from Portland. We won the draft lottery. Oh my gosh. Now what happened to the other pick? I think it conveyed to next year. Because it didn't move up, maybe? Or it didn't move down? I don't know. What the heck, man? We got the number 1 pick to look forward to. I guess I know where I'm going to stop this stream. It's going to be pre-draft. Holy cow. And we are going to need a new head coach. I think Darvin Ham, we've probably run our course with Darvin Ham. We can keep everybody else intact for now. But we're going to make some offers. Joe Mazzulla is going to be one of them. Joe Mazzulla, Jason Kidd. Jacob Underwood. I mean, he's got great potential. He's a really good offensive and defensive coach. That's kind of what you hope your NBA coach would be, good on offense and defense. Michael Stauffer is the one with all the insane badges. I'll offer him. Unexpected run out to the shop. How did things end? Well, it was tough, dude. We got up 3-0 on Chicago. Both Peterson and you were out for the playoffs. We beat Chicago in 7, and then we got swept by the Pelicans. However, we we have won the draft lottery from Portland, so we have the number 1 pick. We are now looking to hire a new coach because I think it's time. His contract was up, and I think it's time to move on from Darvin Ham. Haven't had the success with him as much as Mike Brown, who also retired, despite it saying he was with the Knicks. I don't know how that would be possible, but maybe he was secretly actually the head coach the whole time. I don't know. We're pretty much just offering whoever we can that makes sense right now. See, Darvin Ham has potential, but the offensive and defensive ratings just are lower than everyone else we're offering on right now. We could hire Chauncey Billups. I don't know, that might be sort of a gamble. Wayne Ellington? Anybody else notable besides Darvin Ham? I mean, here's a guy with... Oh, it's Sam Cassell. Look at that. Sam Cassell, 4.5 potential. Kind of bad at everything else. The actual things he needs to be good at. Chris Quinn, Caron Butler. Caron Butler, I mean, he's bad, but he's not the worst. Bobby Jackson. I mean, he's bad, but he's not the worst. Jerry Stackhouse. Alexis Ajinka, really? Pelicans legend. Jason Kidd, welcome back. It's hopefully going to be one of these 6 guys that we offered today. Is that Doug Christie? I mean, there's nobody else any good. I wouldn't hate it if Ham ended up coming back, but I don't want to sign him for 4 years. I want to sign him for like a year. Did I miss him? No. I'm going to offer him a 1-year deal. If he's the only one that accepts, it'll only be for a season. He's by far the cheapest option. We have tentative agreements with 4 guys. Unfortunately, most of these guys are going to get blocked because they're other positions. Just saw a non-parody account say that KD is out for the playoffs with a lower body injury, but I've seen no other sources say. It's supposed to be a joke. I missed the punchline. Let's see, because the way they were talking about it, they weren't really seeming that worried about it. OBJ works out for the Giants. That'd be kind of fun. I think he should go back if they want him. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't see anything about it. Unless I see Shams or like an official article on ESPN pop up, I kind of disregard the Twitter articles, Twitter headlines. That would be a shame if that was true, but no. Other rumor, AJ Brown likely to be traded. That's my rumor that I'm projecting right now. So we offered 6 guys. These 4 are probably all going to get blocked. Was there anybody at all else we could offer? I mean, there's dudes, but like they're bad. Like Keith Parker. Keith Park really isn't bad, actually. Keith Park, I don't know if he's real or not. I don't recognize the name. If nobody else signs, he's really not bad. Brooke Mobley, maybe Daphne could hire the first. Well, I don't know if. I guess she wouldn't be the first female head coach in this league. But we could look that direction. Is that fake news? Something like that. Yeah. AJ Brown will be a Patriot. That's the most logical team, I would say. What I would say, if I'm the Patriots, we just did that with Stephon Diggs, and I don't know if I'd want to go through that with AJ Brown. Extremely talented. Is he going to want to be there in a year? I don't know. Probably not. Gosh. Darvin Ham is the only coach that wants to sign. We've been rejected by Kidd, Underwood, Stauffer, Snyder, and Missoula. Missoula's still tentative, but he's got 5 offers. Could see him in Miami. I mean, without a no trade clause, I guess so. Yeah. They could offer pick 30, and if that's not enough, they could offer 10 and try to get like a second or third rounder back. Or not 10. What is it? 11 they have? 30 might be enough. I don't know. I don't know what kind of offers they would get for him right now. But I do think you're right. I think he'll be traded, and I think it's probably going to be the Patriots. I don't really know what to do here. I don't really want to sign Darvin right now when we could still get Joe Missoula, who's 5-star offense and defense. Somehow only one potential. So we're going to decline Ham, and then we're going to immediately go offer Ham, just in case everything else falls through again. The 1-year deal for $4 million. We can sign Keith Park. Mobley has declined and Missoula has rejected. So it's either Darvin Ham for a year or Keith Park for 4, who's a much better coach, in fairness. 4.5 offense, 3.5 defense, compared to Ham, who's 3 offense, 2 defense. Welcome to the New York Knicks, Keith Park. There he is. There he is. In all his Keith Parkness. Lead us back to the promised land, Keith. In Daphne, we trust. All right, let's get through pre-draft stuff. And a reminder of who's even in this class. We're not going to do the draft right now, but Malik Brown, Chubby Huntley's in this class. Chubby, 6'9", 275. Bryson Dreams in this class. Paul Garang, Samson Maduan, Rondé Tremillionaire, Sarah Washington. That looks like that dude that's on the Sixers. Oh boy. Sebastian Dugonix, Ladir Prodioni, All right. I hope you got a good look at Diego Cervantes there. He's in the draft class. Benji Varnado could be an interesting piece. Dune Bones. Malachi Pope. Mateo Ignacio. And of course, we don't only have pick 1. We currently have picks 1, 29, and 33. Yeah, one of those picks conveyed to next year. I don't remember what team it was. Cervantes gotta be my favorite Soul Calibur villain fighter. Interesting. Who would I take number 1 right now if I was making the pick? I don't know. We have number 1, and unfortunately, even if we wanted to, we can't trade Peterson because he's not under contract. So, or Mullet, which I don't want to, but haven't played Soul Calibur since PS2. I remember one of them had Yoda and Darth Vader, but I never played them. Never had them. Oh my gosh. $112 million cap hold. Yeah, we're not going to bring Drezgich back. I don't think Ruben Prey is going to come back. Jalen Johnson, no. Hawkes, maybe, but don't need the cap hold. This is our big 3 right here, plus, I guess, Swigo and Mate. We need these guys healthy. We need them to play a little better throughout the season and the playoffs. What do we think about Peterson going bald? Maybe that might have to happen. Yeah, man, that was a long season. We've got a Bando here who could be a trade piece. We've got the number 1 pick. Like, surely we can go get something. Not Justice, but, like CJ Rosser would be just such an excellent addition. He could play the 4 or the 3. Pepsi could play the 4 or the 3. Mullet could play the 2. And then when we bring back Peterson and trade him, I don't know where I'm going with this. maybe Pepsi moves to the bench since he seems to be a good scoring option. I think Mullet could work still if he stays at the 3. And then you have Pepsi coming off the bench. I don't know. I really don't know. And I don't know what I want to do in the draft. There's a lot to think about before the draft, I would say. How'd Scotty do? 19 and 8, 4 assists. Not terrible. 30% from 3. Some other guys I was trying to trade for before: Cam Boozer and Devanza. Don't really want to give up pick 1 for them at this point. They're 27, 28. But so is Peterson. So Garma. Cade. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't have a direction to point for us to go in right now. Maybe the Slimes will be extremely idiotic and let Justice go after 4 years. He won all 4 MVPs. Now, I overrid 2 of those, but he's technically a 4-time MVP. And he's going to continue to win. He's got some, I guess this is just he's exhausted. He's got some red going on. But here, he doesn't have any risk of injuries. Injury history. He has. What does this mean? Surely he has more than 1 career injury, right? No. Ace Bailey has 2 ever injuries? Serious? It's got to just be not tracking the injuries, right? Like let's look at Peterson. I'm sure he's got injury history. What are we doing? Why does it have an injury history if it only is going to list 1 or 2 at most injuries? What is that? That doesn't help. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know how to begin to even approach this offseason, dude. I think I want Peterson back. I don't think it makes to just. I don't think it makes sense to just let him walk. We are going to have to re-sign Milicic and Pepsi soon. They're going to be restricted, which means they could get offers that we have to match. Right now, because of our cap holds, Peterson's not actually under contract. This is his cap hold. Searching for if you want to stew it and talk about it on Discord before you tackle the offseason. Yeah, I'm going to stop right here as far as progressing through the stream. Trading the pick for a good player sounds like the best attack. I'm not sure. Like if we re-sign Peterson, we're already going to be cutting it tight on money already. I think a Bando's probably going to have to go, unfortunately. We just don't have time to develop a guy that's making $21 million as the backup center right now. So I might do that here first. A Bando. We are maybe going to abandon a Bando. Lombardi's making. It's pretty low for Lombardi. Can we see? Yeah, this is what I want to see right here. I don't really want to give up a first. I'm not trading Michael Newton. Murray Boyles in a pick swap. He's making basically the same money, but he's a better player right now. Peterson plus the number 1 pick. Cooper Flag. Probably not that easy. Probably not. They did just lose in the finals. I don't know if I mentioned who won the finals. I'm sorry, they didn't make the finals. They got beat in the Eastern Conference Finals by the Sixers, who went on to beat the Slimes. We have still yet to have an expansion team win a finals, but the Slimes have now made it. The Rollers have made it to the playoffs. The Sonics have made it to the playoffs. Still got 3 teams that haven't made it. So, yeah. Peterson. We would have to re-sign Peterson for sure, and then offer him up right away. Plus, if we do draft someone at pick 1, we could try and trade him after we re-sign Peterson for Cooper Flag. It'd be like a Andrew Wiggins for Kevin Love situation. It's like, well, if we get LeBron back, then we'll trade Wiggins for Kevin Love. And then they did. So, interesting thing here, Tatum retired. Brandon Ingram at 37 didn't retire. He's going to be a free agent. Probably leave the Royals, I would assume. How did Holiday play for the Jazz? He's just buried here, isn't he, dude? Not a good 3-point shooter right now. His contract's up. I can't trade for him. I would trade for him right now if I could. Can't. He might be a player I looked to acquire this offseason. Not for pick 1. I don't know who I would want for pick 1 because they're, the very best players I still can't get probably. Bronny James. Get Bronny and Bryce back. Maybe. I mean, shoot, maybe Edgecombe would be worth. I think it would, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to offer that. Gilliard was a Finals MVP. Scoot was a guy I tried to trade for a while, and then we got Scotty Barnes. Mate became our starting point guard. Kind of put that idea on ice, but Yaki Eunice we had briefly for a year. I hate the stats on this game. Don't know why they glitch like that. I really do think the Thunder probably should move on from Shea. He's a free agent. He's not going to be joining the Knicks. Mullins making $57 million. Devin Booker at 38 didn't retire. Could he leave the Suns for one final year somewhere else? Don't know. DeMarco Jefferson, his second year, took a step back, played fewer minutes a game, slightly. Yeah, they traded for Klingon for who knows why. I guess I shouldn't have let them do that. They have De La Rosa, who was number 1 overall pick, who he took a step back this year. Wasn't a starter. Because they had to get Peyton Watson? Is that why? And they have Declan Duru. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Head it out. Thanks for streaming the mock draft. Thanks for hanging out, Mullet. I appreciate it as always. This is your rebuild after all for your birthday. But yes, I will continue to talk to you in Discord, and I should probably be heading off here before I do something crazy. How'd Knuckle play? Hey, look at that. Career high 17. All of a sudden. Nope, not a career high. His career best since his rookie season. Just got to get those tendencies up, bro. Boy, again, I don't even know where to begin right now. I'm going to have to game plan for this for next stream. I like our starters. I don't love our bench. We kind of need to save money. I don't need pick 1. I don't know who I would take with pick 1. I don't know what players I want to trade for pick 1. I just really don't know. So, yeah, now's a good time to stop. Let's save, regular save, and also let's do save as over the backup file. I don't need to go back several years and be like, oh, I wanted to redo trading Brunson and Cat. It's like, no, I don't. We're like 5 years past that at this point. So did we get 2 years done? We got 2 full years done. I guess we only got like 1 and a partial off season done, but good progress. When we come back, we'll be ready for season. Well, we'll be ready for this off season and then season 11. I think is what we're up to. I'm probably going to stop keeping track, to be honest. I see it says 2034, 35 playoffs and calendar, so I'm probably just going to say this was the 2035 off season, and then next is the 35-36 season, something like that. But anyway, yeah, man, that was a really brutal way to end the playoffs. But there's always hope on the horizon. Or something like that. So, all right, Ripstream. Thanks for watching Mullet and Shadow. And the mock draft as well. Was fun to make. It was fun to do the duo mock with Mullet this morning. And no, I don't see anything about Kevin Durant missing more time or the entire playoffs. I don't see that. So, and I'm glad. I'm not a Rockets fan. I'm not a Rockets disliker, but I'm not their fan. But I don't want to see Kevin Durant be missing the entire playoffs. I'm seeing weird stuff, but it has nothing to do with basketball or football. So, ooh, big NFL stock exchange show coming up right now. I'm gonna watch that. All right, Ripstream, Godspeed. Uh, yeah, that's the outro. All right, goodbye. Ripstream. See you in the next one. If I hit the right button, I will see you in the next one. All right, goodbye.